So why don't we call this special meeting of the city council and senior staff on the budget retreat of December 15th, 2023. And so I welcome you all. I thank you for taking the time, especially the counselors. We don't often meet during the day. It doesn't affect me because I don't work, but for some of you it does, so I appreciate that. And so let's get going. We've got a lot before us. We've got a couple hours, and I think it should be a really interesting and informative conversation. Looking forward to hearing from each of the departments about their budgets and life in South Burlington. So do you want to, instructions? Exit, I guess you all know how to exit the building.
Go out that way. Go
Yes,
downstairs. We have some public safety professionals here if you really need some help.
okay. And then, oh, people are online, so we aren't taking comments. I mean, we might take comments, but the written part, don't chat us.
Right. Yes, if you're participating online and would like to speak, please indicate you would like to speak in the chat or turn your camera on. Otherwise, we're not monitoring the chat for comments. Sorry, out of environment, out of practice.
Okay, so item 3 is the agenda review. I believe there is a small addition.
Yes, we do have one late item. Follow up.
Yes, so as I sent a note to counselors, we missed our notice deadline with the other paper for the second council hearing. On the city plan, I apologize. Our recommended addition for you is to open the public hearing as scheduled on January 2nd, and then basically continue it to January 8th, the Monday, to just keep it open for notice purposes. We'll advertise it in the paper for both of those dates, which will meet our minimums. And then at that point, you would be able to either adopt upon closure, or you still have time at that point, if you are seeking changes, to still hold your additional public hearing at the end of January as previously planned and scheduled. So that's our
So if we do make changes, then how does that affect the final? There's a time frame when this is due. What happens if you're late? What does the state do?
So if you don't,
Really?
so if there's a plan, the plan expires on February 2nd, or at the end of the day on February 2nd. If the city has no plan, then in the short term, you're not eligible to amend your zoning, your official map, things like that. You're not eligible to apply for certain state grants. And then the other piece of the puzzle that's a little bit trickier is that there is no plan for regarding Act 250 reviews. So one of the criteria under Act 250 is conformance with regional and local plans. So there is no local plan upon which to compare something. I don't know how much case law there has been on this subject as to whether that would then apply only to an application received after that date, or any pending application that was in front of the council, that was in front of the Act 250 commission. So those are the, the world does not fall apart, but there are some effects.
Okay.
So can you just vote to modify the agenda to add this? And
Yes,
then have
I'm
a
sorry,
discussion
I
about
shouldn't have asked that. I thought it sounded more like an announcement, but yes, so we'll add that.
Can we add that just right after public comment and get it out of the way?
Sure.
And
So
4.4A.
4B. And comments will be 4A. So hearing that and the rest of the agenda, there's no other changes. All those in favor of amending the agenda, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So that carries. So we'll get back to it just in a second. Okay. Are there any comments and questions from the public not related to the agenda? There's no public people in this room, so I'll go to the screen. Is there anyone? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to 4B, which is what I started early. So you wanted Paul to
So I think I was not sure if Paul was actually human. This is proof that Paul is actually a human and makes mistakes. Very, very rare that this happens. So can you repeat, Paul, just what you need them to approve
So
today?
my request would be for the council to vote to hold a supplemental public hearing on January 8th at 7 p.m. on the city plan.
So we also need to know if a quorum of you is available on January 8th.
I'm not. It's a normal,
No, it's not.
Oh, it's not.
It's a special meeting.
It's a special meeting, but it would be at 6:30 or something
Yeah,
like that.
6:30 on Monday.
And it would be this one issue.
Yeah.
So it would be brief.
Okay. Yep.
Is anyone not,
yeah, I'll be in the Canadian markets.
ooh, so you're,
I spent,
We have two.
January 7th is a Sunday. isn't it?
Yep.
Did you say?
January
Okay, oh, January 8th, excuse me. So Andrew can't be there. Is there another?
you should do corner.
We just need a quorum, okay. And so Larry, you can be there. Okay. All right, so that sounds like that's doable.
Want to move it? Motion?
Yes, I do would like a motion.
So I move that city council warn for a special supplemental city council meeting on January 8th at 6:30 p.m.
I'll second.
Just to clarify, for you said public meeting, public hearing on the city plan.
For the use of a public hearing on the city plan.
One second.
Okay, is there any further discussion? All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so that's
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
added, yes. All right, so now we get down to the real business. Item 5 is the department presentations.
Great, so if I can just do a little table setting one, thank you all for being here and giving up your time on a work day. We really appreciate it. The leadership team has put a lot of work into not only building the budget, but preparing for this conversation. We only have a few, this is kind of our only opportunity during the year to really present to you a comprehensive picture of our municipal operations and the organization that you lead. So we have prepared presentations to walk you through those things. We feel like it's our professional obligation to share the expertise that we have and make recommendations to you. I would argue, and I know I'm incredibly biased, but this is the most talented group of municipal employees that exists in the state. Most of them have decades of experience in their sphere of influence and are extremely smart and bring excellent services and resources to the residents of South Burlington. So in front of you, you have not only the official agenda for the meeting, but also kind of an annotated agenda that talks to you about how these presentations will lay out. We've only allocated 20 minutes per service area, public safety, community services, and core government, and 45 minutes to public works, since it is the largest portion of our budget across multiple funds. For the first half of this conversation, the department heads will walk you through those presentations. If you have any clarifying questions or operational questions, feel free to ask at that time. The second half of the conversation is really meant to be your conversation about how you want to take this proposed budget and make it your own. We are happy to cost out any scenarios that you would like us to cost out. Martha and I think if we get some of those requests today, we could do that this afternoon or Monday in preparation for your conversation Monday night. And with that, any questions about process or what's going to happen today? All right, so first up, we have Chief Perk. Chief, you want me to share your slides?
Please. If you could go right to the org chart, that'd be great.
They were hermetically sealed. Nobody.
So is it locked?
No.
I don't think so.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah.
These goes full screen.
Yeah, it's hard.
Oh, go for mine.
These are also all the present, for those participating online or for the council at a later date, these slides are also all available on the city's website under the FY25 budget page under presentations. So you can link them wait for them that way as well.
Good to go?
Yep.
As stated, good morning, everybody. My name is Sean Burke. I have the privilege of serving as the city's police chief. The slide before you lays out our organizational structure. It includes the administration of the police department, which is the chief and the office of the deputy chief. Direct reports there are our executive assistant in the Community Justice Center. We're one of 2 police departments in the state where the Community Justice Center is embedded within our operation and housed in our building, which is really, really special. Proceeding down the chart, we have 2 divisions, essentially, the police department. We have the patrol division and the administrative division. Both are commanded by lieutenants. In the patrol side of the house, we have our complement of patrol teams. They work a 12-hour schedule. Essentially, a full deployment for us in today's numbers involve a sergeant and 3 officers. We do that on the day and night shift. And then on the swing shift, we have a sergeant as a buffer and available personnel that come online as depicted there. Also in that division is our contracted ACO, Animal Control Officer. On the administrative side of the house, we have a sergeant that supervises our dispatch center and oversees our training. We also have our Bureau of Criminal Investigations, where we have detectives assigned in-house, and at CUSI, which is the county sex crimes unit, as well as the Vermont Drug Task Force, which is run by the Vermont State Police. We have our youth service officer, our traffic safety officer, our records division, and our human trafficking case manager coordinator. That's a person that is employed with us on a state grant and provides regional support, direct support to those suffering in the throes of human trafficking. Next slide. A success that we had in FY23 was the first time in the last couple of years we were actually able to hire more police officers than we lost through attrition. We were able to bring 8 officers on at a time where 5 officers separated from service. But as you can see in the preceding years, 21 and 22, we weren't able to meet that same metric. So what that means for us today is that we have funded 39 positions in the police department. We have staffed 34 positions in the police department. So thinking back to the org chart, those vacancies are somewhat absorbed in the 12-hour patrol schedule. We don't need as many officers to make that functional. And then in large number are the special assignments, particularly in youth service and in our Bureau of Criminal Investigations. We have those vacancies. Additionally, in the dispatch center, we're authorized for 7 full-time employees. At this time, we only have 6 full-time dispatchers. A challenge that we are currently facing in FY24 is that we've had an inability to hire any police officers. Our application numbers are near 0, and that holds persistent in the dispatch world too. We've had our vacancy now for a number of months and been unable to identify a candidate to hire. Next slide, please. In terms of quantitative data, you can see the chart here of our raw incident count is the blue number, a little over 13,000 incidents trending downward in 2022, which matches our head count. And then we see a bit of an incline more recently to just over 11,000 incidents. In a similar fashion, you'll see our arrest numbers, slightly over 1,000, trending downward significantly to about 645 in FY23. This is really emblematic of 2 different things. So when we have more officers doing the calls for service. That allows for, we call it free time, but it's available time to engage in proactive enforcement, such as traffic stops or community engagement, foot patrols of areas of public interest, or directed patrols, areas that we know have experienced a crime trend. When we have fewer officers, that work just simply can't be done. In terms of arrest, this is really something that we're seeing on the backside of the criminal justice system. There's fewer arrest warrants coming from the court. There are fewer conditions of release being issued by the court, and we're simply arresting fewer people given our inability to do proactive measures like DUI related to traffic stops. There's also been some legislative changes around possession of marijuana and also driving while license suspended. Those are now essentially decriminalized offenses. So that accounts for some of that. A growing area of service concern for the police department is the chart on the right of the screen, depending on how you're oriented to it. Unmet social service needs. This is a catchment essentially of 5 incident types: intoxication, mental health, welfare check, overdose, and suicidal persons. As you can see, coming out of the pandemic, this line has been trending upward in a very persistent fashion. FY23, over 1,000 responses by the police department for incidents related to these unmet social service needs. This is, again, seen across the entire public safety spectrum. And it's an area where we do have a relationship, a contract with our Howard, our partners at Howard, with the community outreach team, which is extraordinarily effective. But it's really a symptom of the overwhelmed system of care that are trying to treat our neighbors that are suffering in these ways. And it's an area where municipalities are tending to throw police officers at it and firefighters at it because we're accessible. And the problem with that is, once we get there, the community outreach team can offer almost like a safety valve and keep a few people stable in their situation. But for the most part, a lot of these folks are ending up either riding in a police car or an ambulance back to the hospital, back to that same system that's been overwhelmed. So I just call this out. I don't think that it's a municipal solution, but it's certainly having a dramatic effect on municipal operations. Next slide, please. In terms of crime trends that we're seeing, I know everyone's heard me speak a lot about this. We've seen over the last 3 years, FY20 to FY23 to be precise, a 68% in reported retail theft, a 100% report of increase in report of larcenies, particularly larcenies being stolen from cars, and then a 439% increase in the number of stolen cars. Now, I talk a lot about ways that this could be mitigated. If neighbors would lock their cars and not leave the keys in them, they would not be susceptible to being stolen. And likewise, if neighbors could take their valuables and lock their cars when they leave them parked in either public spaces or in their driveway, we would have much fewer reports of these crimes. Retail theft is an area that we're trying to work with our business partners in the community. But really, there's an emboldened nature of what we see in our recidivist community. And time again, they're simply going back to major retailers here at the University Mall or hardware retailers, stealing the same exact products. We arrest them in the same exact way. We put them into the backside of the criminal justice system that does not have a swift and accountable measure for these folks, and they spin back out on the street. A lot of those folks, again, fall into that earlier slide with unmet social service needs. And there's just no solution. And again, I highlight it because it is absolutely impacting municipal operations. In FY25, we are looking to restore our youth service sergeant position. So this has been vacant since 2022. The utility of this position is a fewfold, actually. It serves as the direct supervisor for our officer that serves in schools. It's also another youth service officer to serve in the school community. It would also be a position that begins to supervise our traffic safety unit and then bring more of a community-based policing model to this group of officers and be able to engage once again with crime prevention measures with the business community and also neighbors. Right now, we have been unable to offer meaningful crime prevention engagement to our retail community or a number of neighborhoods that are looking toward what used to be known as Neighborhood Watch or other ways to engage with the police department to help us really and partner in public safety and reducing crime in the community. We're also looking to establish a municipal funding source for one of our employees in the Community Justice Center. So the Community Justice Center is funded by a grant almost entirely from the Department of Corrections. And we have an executive director who has historically had 2 part-time employees work for him. He has brought forth a proposal to move or merge those 2 part-time positions into one and offer full-time benefits. The grant can cover the salary of the full-time position, but there is not a funding source for the benefit levels for this employee. Why we see it as a benefit is the employee that we have in place wants to do this work, is capable of doing this work, and it would finally offer stability in the CJC where we've had a lot of turnover, particularly related that it's not a full-time job. Then the last ask in our budget is we need an increase in our vehicle and radio maintenance lines. Essentially, we've got, a few patrol cars that are getting a little long in the tooth. They're costing more money to maintain at a time where we've seen about a 24% increase in the cost of parts. Labor has been fairly static to maintain our cars. And then on the radio front, we have a public safety radio infrastructure that both police and fire rely on. There's a series of antennas throughout the city that operationalizes it. At each site, there are multiple like marine deep cell batteries that are at end of life. They need to be replaced at a cost of about $25,000. Likewise, our portable radios that the officers carry on their belts are at the similar stage in life where those batteries are dying, and the cost to replace 30 or 40 of those batteries is fairly significant, to the tune of about $8,000.
Has there ever, in terms of the batteries, this is the first time I've heard about that. Those are pretty pricey, but they're clearly absolutely essential. Is there a plan to replace them on some kind of sequence so it's not one big hit for however long they last? I don't know how long they last.
Yeah, that's a great question. And it's actually something that we need to consider on the entire radio infrastructure. So when the initial bond was taken out, everything was new. And now we're about 6 or 7 years into that. And we didn't have a replacement plan up until this point, but we're starting to try to think more strategically about that.
Okay, well, that'd be good, but you have to get them all this year, right?
So, yeah,
You can't have a couple antennas that aren't working.
right.
And I think that's one more year on bond payment, and then that radio infrastructure bond gets paid off. So
And then you'll
hopefully there'll be
incorporate
capacity
it
there then
into
to
the ongoing.
direct some of that money. So
Sounds smart.
When did that bond start? Is that part of the tower?
16.
Okay, that's a tower. Yeah.
Next slide.
Yep.
Sorry. Yeah. In terms of the police department request in CIP, we've requested funding for 2 new patrol cars. We have been buying the last couple of years the Ford hybrid. It looks like a Ford Explorer. They call it a police interceptor. They're great in Vermont because they have added ground clearance that our Chargers don't have, and they're all-wheel drive. They're also a ride height where our officers don't have to constantly lower themselves into it or yank themselves up out of it. We're waiting to see with some long-term data what we're actually gaining with the hybrid technology. They are about 10% more expensive than their gas counterparts, but it's finally technology and policing that will manage our idle time. So when you see officers either at a traffic stop or a crash scene and the lights are going and they're using their radio, all of those gasoline cars are idling. The hybrid actually turns itself on and off as the battery needs to be charged. And I anticipate that's where we will see the most capture in not only fuel consumption, but almost the immeasurable of how much greenhouse gas that these units are producing. And the reason why we are continuing to invest in the hybrid technology as opposed to the EV technology is that the limited number of offerings in public safety EVs don't do it all. So like if you research what New York City uses a Ford EV Mustang for, those are officers that are leaving the station house and going out to a foot post and coming back. We need to go out and answer all of our calls. If we arrest someone, we have to have a vehicle sufficient in size to put them in the back. And then if the court orders them to go to St. Albans, the only male prison facility, we have to be able to drive there and get back without worrying about a charge plan. We also don't have sufficient enough vehicles to manage the downtime of charging EVs yet, but we have our eye on that technology and are anxious to see where it evolves. And then the final slide. I just wanted to close today with some interesting data here. So the graph is the most important part. And what I was able to go back through and find through our department history is our staffing, our headcount of sworn officers from 1970 through 2020, as it compares to the population growth in the city. And then lastly, as it compares to our incident response numbers. So as you can see, in 1970, we had 19 officers as the population of the city was about 10,000. That team was responding to 6,750 calls for service. I don't know what a call for service was in 1970. As population begins to trend upward, as does the headcount of the police department up to a high of 42, down to where we are hopefully in FY25 with 40 sworn officers. You can see the incident rate tracks along the population growth up until about 2010 and begins to trail off. A lot has happened in policing post 2014, the Ferguson effect. Proactive measures or proactive activity by police officers has actually dwindled. It's also a time where, thinking back to that unmet social service need, where our operations began to be really hampered by the amount of time that we're spending in on those types of calls. And then more recently, this dramatic uptick in crimes that need fairly robust investigation, stolen vehicles, multiple retail thefts, strings of larcenies from cars and neighborhoods. So what that delta between the blue line in 20 and the red line in 2020 actually represents is a saturation point. Our officers don't have the time to be in the field engaging in any really measurable proactive activity. And what that actually really looks like is we have enough officers to respond to the calls that we have to, and then all of their downtime essentially is spent catching up on investigations and reports. And we're doing virtually very little in terms of our community engagement and our proactive patrol. And I think as our city continues to grow and diversify, that this is an area of focus across all city services, but particularly the police department, in what we need our police officers to do and how many police officers do we actually need to get that work done.
Chief, if you were fully staffed, would that address the issue you're articulating, or are you suggesting you need a bigger team?
So I'm thinking that perhaps if we were fully staffed, perhaps that maybe these lines would be a little bit closer. But what I'm seeing in terms of growth in the unmet social service needs, and then the investigation that residents expect. So given the amount of technology in communities, ambient video, and what people digest in terms of like television programming, they think that we can take a CSI approach to every single crime. That's just not the case. That's just not the case. But do we do our best to run down all of those avenues of investigation and get those answers for our neighbors? We do try to do that, but it's at the cost of other operations. So the other point of this too, Andrew, and I appreciate you bringing this question up, is that if we were at full staff, we would have a larger footprint in our youth service work. We would have not as much of a stress. We have one officer working all of our public schools right now, and she's amazing, but she's getting tired. And the schools are getting more complicated from a societal standpoint as well. So we need to make some investments there, which really won't help our incident count. And then we also have to think about other emerging trends that we're going to have to address in terms of gun violence and also the associated drug trafficking. And perhaps we need to make some investments there that wouldn't necessarily, do much to our day-to-day call volume.
So,
Go ahead.
okay, that 2020 number, for instance, is that the 2020 number itself? Do you have a 2022 number on hand?
Yeah, it's about the same right now.
It's about the same, because I was going to say 2020 was sort of a light year because everybody was inside going,
Yeah, that is true, but we did plenty of welfare checks, suicidal persons, and folks that are struggling in the community that were houseless that needed to get into a hotel, whether they wanted to or not at the time. On top of all of the compliance checks that we had to do for the AG's office on the complaints of the violations of the executive orders.
I have a question in terms of the impact of 64% of multifamily. Do they impact this in a greater effect than single family?
So I don't want to create additional stigma around what
And I don't
multifamily
either.
buildings
I'm just curious in terms of as we plan for things. If that's a factor, I would like to plan it into our
So
budget.
what we do know about folks that live at or below the poverty line is that they have fewer opportunities for healthcare. They have a disparate level of suffering with mental health crisis, a disparate level of suffering with substance use disorder. And does that segment of the population drive our call volume? Yes, they do. But, as a community, we are open to and welcoming these housing opportunities. We just have to have the requisite services to meet the demands.
If I could just add a sentence to agree with everything Chief just said, important to keep in mind that in our multifamily housing growth, only a small percentage of that is the population that the chief is mentioning. Much of those residents are market rate renters
For sure.
that are making either a choice to live in a rental space or are waiting to buy a home in a tight housing market. So it's so true, and it's not 64% of our residents are meeting that income threshold.
Oh, for sure.
But
But-
it does go back to those units we go to way more often. And it is a stigma, but it is absolute truth that unit, those units were there on a much higher frequency.
So we need to think about the level of services that we currently provide to maybe change some of those numbers, like more services.
Right, but we have to be very, very thoughtful. So we haven't had Colin give us an opinion on this, but I know that we talked about it with the Department of Public Safety legal team, in that we just can't say we're not going to those kinds of calls, because potentially that would be a violation of the ADA by depriving a public service to someone that is, a protected class. So we have to be careful and very, very thoughtful. But again, just to bring it back to that earlier slide, when we send our municipal resources, we're just bringing these folks back to the system of care that's overwhelmed, that can't serve them. So it's really a vicious cycle.
Right. I'm not suggesting that we have a limit or like, oh, been there twice this week, we're not going again. I'm just trying to understand as we welcome and encourage more multifamily housing for affordable housing, that we recognize and include the services that are needed to change those numbers. And that we don't just say, oh, well, they have a person in the building, so everything will be taken care of, because apparently that's not the case.
It's kind of like the school, right? The school creates these normalized pupil population numbers, right? To develop the cost per pupil, right? So if it's just X number of kids in the school, they actually inflate it a little bit based upon the number of services they need. So for budget planning purposes and the amount that we need in the police department, it's almost like if you're projecting the population out over 10 years and the types of housing that's going to accommodate them, and you end up with a normalized residential population, then you want to base your policing, number of sworn officers on that future population that gets inflated a little bit because of the burden, to that part of the city. So
Exactly.
That's a good parallel.
Larry?
So just a different twist on that idea. Geographically, is there a difference in what side of town your data is? Do you have it broken down between one side and the other?
I don't, because we have 3 defined patrol areas that I think are just, they came with the place. And I think if we actually did a little bit of data mining, we would probably orient those a little bit differently. But just like any other municipal police department, we go to where the population is. So we're on Dorset Street a lot. We're on Market Street a lot. Farrell Street, less than up on this side of town. And it's rare that we are, in the east, in the Chamberlain neighborhood. It's very, very rare.
Any discussion of a substation on the other side, Shelburne Road side?
Response time is not our problem.
It's not a problem. No, even getting from there to.
No, and now that, the officers have this technology on the dashboard, substations, I think, will remain in large metro areas, but would not be effective here.
Thank you. Okay, thanks. So we're moving on to the fire department, and we're just on time.
That's gonna take me a minute to pull.
Technology always slows you down, right?
I'll do both of you.
slide 2.
Good morning, everyone. So Chief Corbin and I are going to tag team this. So the first slide is our organizational chart, and really is our department is broken into two divisions, prevention and operations. Deputy Chief Corbin oversees the big part of the house, which is the operational division. We break our people into 3 shifts, shift 1, 2, and 3. Each shift works at 24 hours on duty, and then they're off for 48. And it's a revolving cycle. There are 36 folks who work in that operational division, and then Chief Corbin makes 37. On the prevention side, Chief Francis is our fire marshal. We have an assistant fire marshal and an electrical inspector. And you'll notice in a dash box, we put in rental registry. If you opt to move that in that direction, that's where we will, that's where that division, if we believe, is going to be situated, unless you make a decision to put it someplace else. Next slide, please. So this slide talks about our successes. So we were able to fill all our vacant positions. And so if you remember last year when I was here, I talked to you a lot about overtime and mandatory overtime. So in the first 5 months of last fiscal year, we had spent about 5,400 hours of overtime. In the first 5 months of this fiscal year, we spent just over 1,000. So the ultimate of that is call it a work-life balance and quality of life. Our firefighters were working a tremendous amount of mandatory overtime last year, but the impact of having fully staffed positions is that we have a real good work-life balance now. We implemented a new records management system, which provides much greater documentation, ability to document our incidents and our pre-plans and our inspections. We created our first community risk assessment standards of cover, which was a foreign concept here, but basically has us look at our risk, assign how many people we need to manage and mitigate that risk, and then deploy our resources through computer-aided dispatch to that risk. So we're sending less units to this. Before we were sending, basically everybody went to everything, and now we're really trying to dial that back and send only what we need. Cardiac arrest, we still send everybody because we know we need 8 firefighters. And so that's where we're really trying to get, is to a model where we send the right number of folks to that type of incident. We've been able to grow our paramedics. So last year we sent 3 people for the first time ever that the city supported people going to financially supported people going to school. We sent 3 people to paramedic school. 1 has already tested. The other 2 will be testing in the next 2 months. And then we just started 2 more of our staff in paramedic school. And we've made 2 conditional offers to employees that will start next month that are paramedics. So we're really growing the highest level of pre-hospital medicine available. And so we will almost always have a paramedic on. There have been some short blocks of time where we can't offer that highest level of service. And earlier we presented it to you, but we developed and presented our strategic plan for the next 5 years. The chart to the right shows call volume for the last 10 or 11 years. So we are seeing a steady increase. I think the FY22 to 23, we saw about a 9% increase in call volume. And over the last 10 years, about a 58% increase in call volume. It is just similar to what the police experience. We see a lot of the same people every day, every week, and it is a vicious cycle. That is, and it's not just here; it's certainly nationwide.
What's the dark blue versus the lighter blue?
Medical calls versus fire calls.
So the fire is the lighter blue.
Yeah. Actually, I think that's medical calls versus total incidents.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, dark blue is total incidents, light blue is medical calls. So we're about 70%, which tracks pretty much national numbers. 70% of our call volume is for medical calls. The remaining 30% are fire alarm activations or we deploy fire apparatus to. And we are on track this calendar year to first time ever be, we're over 5,000 calls for service this calendar year. So we're continuing to see growth in numbers that this community has not seen before.
Has there been any study that equates that to lack of appropriate health care? Or is it just people dial right away? You know, there's a little incident at home and you just hit 911 because it's been advertised as such, so.
911 is the catch-all for pre-hospital medicine and actually for almost everything today. Police and fire and EMS respond to calls today that they never used to. There's certainly calls every day we go to that are non-emergent, but they call 911 and we can't say, I would love to say we're not going. We go to the same woman every day between 6 a.m. and 8 a.m. every day. I bet the only days we haven't gone to her this year is when she's been kept over in the hospital overnight. She's not back home. Every day we go. And it is completely demoralizing because it typically comes, this morning it was 7:10. So they've worked a 24-hour shift. They're about ready to go home. I just want to say, can you wait to 8:05? Because it's, they want to, you're winding down your shift and your bell's hit, you know where you're going, and you're picking up the same person every day.
So
And those same-
you're taking her to the hospital?
They're the same hospital. She has a care plan. She has a care plan where they give her some medicine and release her with I say very quickly, if they can get her right in, they give her a bolus of medication that if it was given to me would kill me.
And if there's nothing to do with the SSTA, for instance, to get these people to the hospital in a different way? I mean, it almost is like you're taxiing her.
It absolutely is a taxi cab ride. Our medical director, given the call type and what the medication she's under, won't allow us to say, no, we can't go. We don't have to go. And they've asked us, hey, will you have your paramedics go down and just administer the medicine and leave her there? But our paramedic then would have to be tied up down there for probably 20 minutes to a half hour to stay with her. And at this point, we can say it's a taxi cab ride. It's very quickly. And I'm not going to take on the liability of giving that the quantity of opioids she receives every day is because again, she gets it every day. She has a,
Resistance.
so it's a challenge for us, but that's the type of business we're in right now.
So there's probably an aspect of, maybe not with this woman, but others for mental health
Oh, sure.
issues
Sure.
that exacerbate the 911.
Well, and I
Yeah.
think to Chief Burke's point there, we are the service. I mean, I think at some point nationwide, we can't continue just to throw firefighters and police officers at these problems. There has to be a third leg to the stool that puts a greater focus on it.
You don't send a fire truck with ambulance for that, do you?
No. Unless our ambulance is not available in UVM or Burlington or Shelburne are coming in, then we do.
How is Burlington, do you know if Burlington has data on their little overdose team?
Yeah, I can't speak to exact numbers, but I have sat down with their fire chief and he has some pretty impressive reductions in unit movement. So their fire apparatus, their ambulances aren't going to as many calls. A pretty good reduction in the number of actual overdoses that they're seeing because of the community engagement with those firefighter EMTs that are out in the street every day. And overall, a real positive impact in the community. They're also touching base and with business owners, residents, that sort of thing. So not only are they reaching out to the population that needs them the most, but they're also supporting, Church Street businesses and that sort of thing. So they're making sure that the business community, the general public, as well as the people in need all know that they're out there and able to help.
Are you looking at that for our city?
I think there are a lot of challenges with it just because of the staffing requirements. Right now they're doing it on voluntary overtime. So they're taking people that want to work overtime and putting them on, on that vehicle. So I think that's their short-term solution. Their long-term solution, I think, is what they're trying to reach with, showing the data that it can really.
I think our community needs something different, which is probably more like mobile integrated health, which is a nurse or paramedic, community paramedic, who goes to the people who do the slip, trips, and falls. So much broader than opioid abuse, but more in terms of those people who need other social services And so I think our model would be different, but there's definitely a need that I think is going back to what we're talking about, filling it with something beyond firefighters and police officers.
Well, it seems like it requires a different skill set.
Very much so.
I mean, it would be like having a crew of paramedics say, you're gonna take all the suicides. Oh, great. You know, after a while, it's
Yeah, you see.
pretty demoralizing.
You see across the country with agencies that have community paramedics, community paramedicine. They're trained in things from, wound care and advanced medication administration, all the way through to social services and that sort of thing. And they're also able to provide, they have direct contact with those other services as well. So if they go to those community paramedics can go to someone who may need a certain social service and be able to connect them with that social service right then and there. It's a pretty in-depth process.
So how many people do you do this kind of service for, and how big of your expense, page does that count for?
At any given time, I would say throughout my career, every fire department I've been a part of has a series of high frequency users, 4 or 5 people.
4 or 5 people per day?
No, 4 or 5 people place a huge burden on our system.
Every day, the same people.
They're the same people.
Yeah.
And one of them recently passed away. Someone will, just a matter of time, there will be someone new who starts to become that high frequency user. And I think that's the population, if we could find a way to do with a different service, would be beneficial. But
So we're
that's-
talking about that regionally, because if
Yeah.
there's only 5 in each community, you could have a regional base unless they all are at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Right. So we have not talked about regionally.
I do think one of the things we are talking about regionally is there's the local service provision part of that, and then there's the social service network part. There's only so much we can do if folks aren't otherwise connected to case managers or therapists or
Right.
PTs or substance misuse treatment programs. And those systems are crumbling in Vermont. We just don't have enough workers to provide services. There are long wait lists. There's no emergency placement treatment program in existence. So I think that the managers are talking about how to support Howard Center, Turning Point, this advocating to the state to better fund and situate those services in communities. Because just us solving the problem isn't actually going to solve the long-term service needs our residents have.
It's not sustainable. I mean, looking at the expenses we're looking at this year, it's not
In
sustainable.
the Upper Valley, the hospital supports the community paramedic in Lebanon, and Hartford's looking at it right now. And we've had discussions with the medical center here, certainly with my time in Burlington. The hospital has stood up their own team, and they're addressing countywide some of the high frequency users. But typically the people that are the biggest burden on us are the people that don't want to be connected to services. They resist the connection. And that's really tough.
And that's in the 4 or 5 number.
Yeah. Let's try to stay on time.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, it's a
Well,
big.
it's such an
it really
easy
is
issue to
it's a big-
resolve, right?
It's definitely a big net. Can you just do the next? So revenue changes, a lot of the majority of ours obviously just comes through permitting. So these projections are based upon the last 3 or 4 years where I've seen a lot of new building going on. So increase our inspections for, our fees for both electrical inspections and for permitting for new construction. And then with ambulance billing, putting the second ambulance in service this spring will allow us to, we were giving away a lot of calls. And so this will be new revenue generated by that second ambulance. So.
And those are charges to other communities?
No, this is charges to, so right now, when we don't transport the patient, we only can invoice if we transport. So when UVM or Burlington are taking the patient to the hospital for us, that 23% of the time, they're billing that patient, we're not.
So we bill insurance.
We bill the insurance.
For Medicare.
Medicare, Medicaid, yeah, insurance.
As far as expense changes, in the 24 budget, we have 6 months of the second ambulance, the expenses for hiring the staff. So in 25, that increases to the full fiscal year of hiring the staff. As the chief said, those people, those individuals have all been hired and will start on January 8th, which is exciting for us. Training overtime's increased by $25,000. It's important to point out that roughly a third of our organization has less than 18 months in the fire service. And I don't just mean 18 months. A third of our organization has less than 18 months. And that's not 18 months in South Burlington. That's 18 months of ever knowing what a fire truck or an ambulance is. So we have an extremely young department. We also have some of our higher ranking officers that are nearing probably, within 12 to 24 months of retirement. So we have a very young workforce that we need to make sure that we can, at every opportunity, provide them with the training and professional development they need to move up the ranks in a fairly rapid pace, much more rapid than, I ever did or, earlier on in the careers of most people.
So are you getting takers? I mean, are they interested in having this training and?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. I would say the last, out of all those, that last third, and not to take anything away from the 2/3, but the third of those employees are just smiling ear to ear every day and just taking it in and want as much as they possibly can, without a doubt. Protective clothing increased. Right now, we're looking at about $7,000 a firefighter to outfit them with their structural firefighting protective equipment. When you add 6 people for an ambulance, obviously that increases that cost, and that has about a 10-year lifespan. But each of us needs, well, I shouldn't say us, but each of the firefighters needs 2 sets. So if they are contaminated from a fire or a medical call, a vehicle education, they can take that off, decontaminate that, and utilize another set. So there's an extreme expense there. We try to cycle that in as much as we can, but with the amount of people that we've been hiring recently, we're constantly, it's made to fit them. So we're constantly buying new gear to fit them. We are lucky where we keep a pretty good inventory of older, still valid gear for people when they come in as a second or third backup, but we need to increase that. Computer contracts increased significantly, and that is based upon 2 major factors. One being the records management system that the chief mentioned. That's now one-stop shop. All of our training, our scheduling, our fire incidents, our emergency, our EMS incidents, our patient care, fire marshal's office, everything's run off of one system now. It's accessible in all the apparatus, so they have all the data on buildings and that sort of thing that the fire marshal's office inputs right at their fingertips. And the second thing is computer-aided dispatching. That is, with being new, that adds a significant expense every year. Obviously, has a lot of benefits to our deployment model and sending the right people at the right time and taking some of the decision-making off of both the dispatchers and the shift commanders and saying, this is who's going to go to this call for these reasons. But there's an expense to keeping that upgraded, both the yearly subscription and also our agreement with Burlington, who hosts the server on the system. Capital expenditures, the station alerting, we talked about this a little bit a couple of Mondays ago. Our station alerting system, which for lack of a better term, wakes everyone up at night, turns lights on, broadcasts the emergency dispatch message, is about 20 years old now. With CAD, we can dispatch certain units and not necessarily wake up everyone in the entire department at night to send them somewhere. This station alerting a bit will also give us a greater ability to do that, as well as, again, it's digital. So it would actually take a little bit more workload off of the dispatch center and the call takers, because once they enter the information, push the button, a computerized voice would actually dispatch us. Ambulance loading system. So one of the things that we see now, which has been pretty common for a while, is the stretchers are battery powered. There's also a powerized system that actually mounts into the ambulance, which lifts the stretcher off the ground. So less wear and tear on the personnel, less risk for injury, also safer for the patients. It's actually the only true way that a patient can stay secured in the stretcher inside the ambulance if there was an accident. So it takes a lot of concern away from that as well. With having a second ambulance staffed, we need to move into having 3 ambulances in our rotation, and this would outfit the loading for one of our current ambulances that doesn't have that system in it. Administrative vehicle, fire marshal's office. The assistant fire marshal right now uses a vehicle that is 20 years old, just about, and DPW somehow put an inspection sticker on it this year. So with some body work and some Band-Aids here and there. So we definitely, they use that vehicle, 5 days a week, and definitely need to replace that. And part of that is in the 15 grand out of that money would be to look toward the electric vehicle to replace that. And then thermal imaging cameras are thermal imaging cameras that we use to see in zero visibility. Smoke and fire conditions are old. They have a lifespan. And they're one of the things that for several years kind of continued to fall off of the budget cycle. So we're just trying to get that back in to get on the cycle of replacing those. New technology, kind of just like our portable radios, the batteries eventually die, and as they change technology, they don't make the batteries anymore. So kind of a cycle of trying to get that back into a replacement cycle.
What is GF and CA? I'm sorry.
General fund.
General fund.
And climate action.
Climate action.
It's our attempt to show you what would be in that operations budget and what is in that climate policy budget.
So our emerging issues, our prevention division, we have 3 people in it, and 2, I suspect, one's going to retire in the next 6 months. I suspect the other one in the next 18 months. A lot of institutional knowledge there that will be difficult to fill. So that's going to be a challenge for us. While we have filled all our positions, we have done it in a manner that I have never seen done. Like, we are basically calling people up saying, hey, I'm interested, here you're in a class. Are you interested in coming to work for us? Chris has become a recruitment officer, actually calling people saying, why don't you send us your application or come on in for an interview? And that's been the only way we have been able to fill our positions. We do have to we have maintenance needs in our stations, and to modernize them. I'm excited that over 10% of our workforce now is female, which certainly beats the national average for the fire service. But our facilities are not set up for females. And that is one of those issues that we're gonna have to take care of. Training, again, as the deputy said, training opportunities for our staff, when 1/3 of them have less than 18 months on the job. When you come to work some days, you look at the parking lot and you see all the young people working. It gives old people like me a little bit of heartburn, going, oh my goodness, is the team gonna be ready when the bells hit? And so again, a young staff, we really need to support them. Dedicated shift commander. Our shift commander is an operational based company officer. It's dangerous when there's fires. And we were unsuccessful. Some of you remember we applied for a grant that would have funded this position 100% for 2 years. We were unsuccessful. They ran out of money with a good application, but Philadelphia got 22 or 72 million to fill a whole bunch of positions that they had laid off. So again, this is a nationwide program. We were in the queue, but just did not have enough funding nationwide to support all the requests. And then ultimately the rental registry and the inspection program that would go along with that, should you choose to implement that, will be a heavy lift for the fire department. So that's our presentation.
Can I just ask if the training opportunities include, there was just something on the news about how challenging it is to put out or
EV fires.
yeah.
Yeah, certainly. One of our guys was training last night on it. It is an emerging issue nationwide. There's a lot of discussion on it. For me, it's somebody just let the thing burn. As long as you can get in a place that, we've had a couple fires, small fires at Beta, And so it's different. But a lot of times you just have to let them burn or use other different, very different
Well, that's what it
tactics.
sounded like
So.
on the news, yeah, okay. Sort of to speak.
And can you tell us your numbers, just an overview of your numbers? For how many people?
Wait.
you have in the-
In the department?
In the entire department, so there's 36 that work, 24 hours, so 36 that work in operations. Chris and the other, Chris is 37, 3 in prevention makes 41.
Are you in the prevention line?
I'm in
You
the
only have
administration.
time, right? Oh, yeah, okay. Okay. All right, any other questions for fire? I had a lot, I'm sorry. Let's move on then to public works.
Is everybody doing okay? This is a big one. Feel free to get up and get coffee or whatever.
Okay.
Do we want to pause for 5 minutes?
He hollered at Andrea. Yeah. Overlap there. Yeah.
Oh, no, she's good. She submitted a request over the summer, so. Oh, I think. After you.
Stop trying.
Oh, okay.
Green ties, just with the open dream that you'd be wearing a green tie today.
Well, I figured it's a very tough to have budget and Christmas party on the same, or holiday party on the same day, so I had to wear a
Good correction.
red.
You wore red too. Was that planned?
Well, red tie.
I didn't even think about it.
I wore the blue for South Burlington, the red for the holiday party.
Yeah, okay, me too.
And
Kind of greenish.
I was gonna put a blue sweater on, but I was like, Steve's gonna wear it. That would be really
I didn't wear jeans.
Me
I hope-
neither, and that's a miracle.
I almost texted this morning and said denim day, but I chose. I figured I could get in enough trouble. I came in a little excited and punchy this morning.
Who knows what I'll do later on. Right.
I was just,
I gotta keep my powder dry.
there's only caffeinated coffee. So, watch out. Just throw things at me, that, if you have to, it's okay.
I think the excitement.
Only if you excite me.
Well, true. Fair enough. Fair enough.
9 years in advance. I mean, a friend of mine wanted to set up a routine breast exam thing for June, the first available. It's crazy. It's crazy. You can't get anybody to do anything.
We just have to kind of wink at each other
Yeah, and
for our two shared
yeah, the
shared
two
slides.
Yeah.
Let's just make a plan now.
Yeah,
Whether
there's-
you want to start and then I'll.
Yeah, I think that makes the most sense also.
Oh, my God.
But I mean, for the shared.
Yeah,
shared
for the
one,
first one.
I'm gonna do the last two sections and I have a feeling I'll be
We'll go back to you
asked to
and
jump
the
in.
last
Yeah,
one,
one,
we'll do the
one,
same.
yeah.
Let's do the same. You start and I'll finish so that we're not.
That'll work.
And then I have some time that it's in the general
I'm gonna
government.
actually look at it to see if you changed
Not. Nothing.
And of course,
anything. Finally got a staff photo taken, but it was too late. I missed the deadline was. I mean, that's okay, but
I saw the emergency.
necessary for this.
I assumed it was an accident until Carly
And the Colonel would put in an organizational chart.
and Sunday night.
Oh, well.
How many?
These officers, right?
Their total of 22.
I just don't need the breakthrough, that's coming at 45.
I do it next.
Doing good.
learning some things.
Yeah, definitely.
That's part of why I like having you all here, and it's a good opportunity.
I'm excited. The library, yeah,
This weekend is our last.
So I guess
That's not in January. That's what these shows. do.
We got it. We got it.
We are closing. And that one you've already, you're planning, or that's still your dream conversation?
You know what, I need to get someone from the energy committee really engaged to push that.
Yeah, yeah.
But I would really like to do it.
Right, no, it's nice to have your.
They're still,
Elusive. There, you know, problems aren't going away.
There was a truck parked right across my driveway.
Oh.
Yeah, somebody doing work somewhere.
Thanks for the text, Alana.
oh gosh.
I said, why?
Yeah,
You couldn't just ram it out of the way?
Etymology.
On the dump side.
I guess they're not used to me being up at this hour, I have to say. They do know.
You're here.
This is Chimney Rock, Trudeau.
That is in Utah.
Chimney Rock.
No.
Wow.
Julian used it for some loose tea.
That is on its way. That is a half-hour drive.
So it's
Like that.
That was it.
That was a head off.
I know.
Which-
I don't know. It's lamented. I was thinking,
We need some chocolate.
Narrow.
Probably.
The width of about a car and a really sheer rock. It's with a room, drop on livestock. And you're using all of them down to the series of points. Yeah, I remember, yeah. I remember that.
You remember?
seeing it?
Hey, let's get back. Yeah, woo, woo, woo. I'm feeling good. Okay, we'll move on and if Public Works keep talking, we'll take their time away. 45 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
You go.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. All right, this is the Public Works portion of the program, which includes a variety of topics, including your highway department, parks maintenance, and the 3 enterprise funds, stormwater, wastewater, and drinking water. So what you've got on the screen here is our org chart. So we have 39 folks, depending how you count the water department. I always like to remind everyone that our water department is contracted out to the Champlain Water District. So they have about 9 folks over there that serve a variety of different water systems. So they're contract employees, not city employees. So if you don't count those folks, we have about 39 people in Public Works. You can see on the screen the position titles and the little blue boxes. Those are just last names, but
Maybe you can see them.
if the box is empty,
You can see them, but you can't read them.
that's an open position, so. We have about 5 open positions currently that we're working to fill.
Out of the 39?
Out of the 39, so that's a mechanic, 2 folks in highway, 2 truck drivers, a parks maintenance person, a horse specialist, and we are proposing to add an additional highway staff this in FY25 in this budget we're talking about.
Okay, so would that put it up to 40 then?
I would put it up to 40
Okay.
with 6
So
vacant.
we have the right numbers.
By then,
There's 6
we'll-
vacancies.
5 vacancies.
You know anyone who wants to be a CDL driver?
So yeah, you're calling around looking for folks, Chris?
Yeah, I could start asking, yeah. Happy to, I'll just stop some trucks along the way, ask them if they want to change.
So just some general metrics, so folks can get an idea how big our system is. I think what I'll point out here is the growth from when I presented these figures last year, which jumped out to me, because everything's a little larger, of course, but really is on the on-road bike facilities, sidewalk, shared youth path side. We've really grown that system in the last year or 2. Something as simple as striping on Spear Street increased our on-road bike facilities. Those folks may recall, those were 12-foot lanes brought down to 10, which gave us some extra space for those on-road bike facilities. So that number jumped up just through that action. So that's it as far as overview of the whole department. What I'm going to do now is go into each division or fund and review sort of their successes, budgets, kind of highlight some CIP things and emerging issues. And this is going to get tag teamed with Erica as we get into the funds, especially. They pay for Pat's open space. She's going to take that part of the presentation. All right, Highway and Parks Maintenance. So our FY23 successes. I think the big one there is paving of Dorset Street. I know it must feel like a long time ago, or at least it does to me now. And we paved that third section of Dorset Street up to Aspen Road. That happened in FY23. In FY24, our paving budget went to all other roads in the city. And in 25, I guess we get to that, but it's going to go back to Dorset Street to finish that up. And our other big success is opening of the Wheeler Dog Park, which you see a picture of there on the screen. I drive past there frequently and it is very heavily used. So it's been a great addition to the community. In the 25 budget, a couple of line item increases. The first is tree care. So council may recall a couple of discussions about ash tree treatment programs. So those dollars are in the maintenance line item now, which increased by about $14,000. We are going to bid that out any day now. We just bid out the new tree planting work. And so soon enough we'll be implementing the treatment or bidding it out. Increasing the curb and sidewalk line item. So that was about $2,000-3,000, which doesn't give us a big opportunity to do a lot of work and repair on our curbs and sidewalks. So a pretty significant increase there would allow us to address a kind of backlog of maintenance needs on sidewalks especially. And I'll just jump to that pie chart on the side. So we have started an evaluation with some interns we had this summer to look at it. And so they got through about a quarter of the city, just under. And in general, the way they observed or they were marking if sidewalk panels had distress or not. And about only 1% of those did, but that's still about half a mile of sidewalk. And maybe they weren't in the right part of the city where we see more distress. So that's just a work in progress I wanted to point out.
Is 30,000 enough?
So once we get through that inventory, I think I have a much better.
Okay.
And we're going to talk about the CIP too, to answer that question.
So will you have interns next summer to do another quarter? I mean, is this a?
Well, let me get to the CIP piece,
Oh,
because
okay.
there's a CIP portion here. We can talk about that. Yeah,
Sorry.
it's a good question though.
Does the sidewalk include brake pads as well?
It does not. Okay. So in this current budget year, we put money in for the shared use path paving maintenance line item, which wasn't there before, as you may recall. So this would be separate just for the sidewalks. And where was I? Dorset Street signals. So hopefully folks are noticing that some of the signals are functioning a little better as we're putting in the new hardware, especially at the major intersections of Dorset and Williston and Dorset and Kennedy. Now that all the lanes are open too. And so traffic is moving a little better. So that project is ongoing. We talked about not just the new hardware, but the adaptive technology. So census cars are coming, kind of smart signals, if you will. That money or the cost for that software is actually included in the budget. It was less expensive than we talked about previously in the end. We were able to do a minor increase in our line items and include that. So that'll be implemented fully here starting in probably March. When we get
For
all the
all of Dorset Street?
from Williston to Kennedy.
But all the ones in between as well,
Yeah,
right? Or-
yes, everything in between. Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
I'm just gonna, the ash trees, that's for the treatment and the much otherwise coverage replacement, et cetera.
So this is treatment because that's an ongoing maintenance. We
Yeah.
felt the treatment, but replacement is still in the CIP.
Okay.
With its own allocation for the removal and replacement. Next slide. A couple of highlights from the CIP paving, and I've got a couple extra slides about paving coming up. But we've got about 1.15 million in there to pay for Dorset Street Phase 404, and that's from Aspen down to Kennedy. Of those 4 sections of Dorset Street, we expect this one to be the most expensive, just by the width of pavement and other factors. And keeping in mind, this is in front of both the fire station and the middle and high school. So this is some paving we really like to do in the summer months. Also in the budget is Dorset Street School Zone. So we are in the early phases of working with a consultant to define perhaps a school zone and some traffic calming on Dorset, kind of right by the high school, and 575 Dorset. So we've allocated $100,000 at the moment as sort of a placeholder for those costs. Once the engineer does some more work, we'll have a better idea of what that might be. It'll be in that ballpark is what we suspect. So that's currently in the budget as well. Getting back to the sidewalk question. So again, we just had interns out doing some simple inspections with iPads. We've got $60,000 in the CIP, do a full assessment. So the plan there, we need to hire somebody to do that work, wrap in the work that the interns have started, and have a full assessment available. So then I can come back and answer questions about, well, how much money do we actually need? How quickly do we want to make these improvements? You know, we can have that maybe a year from now.
That would be included in the next budget year, the study.
25, yeah, 525. Yep. And then Market Street and Heinsberg Road. So Erica has been working with the consultant on our city center traffic plan or evaluation, which should be available soon. But one of the things we know from looking at the early data that we got back is that a signal is warranted at that intersection. So trying to move that forward as quickly as possible here, work with V-Trans, because Heinsberg Road is a state road, and make sure we can get that signal installed to alleviate some of the pressures there on traffic.
Will V-Trans help pay for any of this?
No, at the moment, no.
It's their road.
So I know we're gonna get to this, but what's the normal way that signals are paid for? Like, I would have thought that would kind of impact fees, traffic impact fees, things like that. But is this unusual? Like,
So I think we're still working to update our impact fees for traffic. It's possible. I have not personally gotten into that in much detail. That may be a question, Paul, I might ask you to help answer.
Sure. I mean,
Identify the projects that go in there and ahead of time, but you know.
so there are times when it is a city-driven project, just like we have done various, it's in our own policy. There are times when the private sector pays for a portion or all of it. So in the impact fee ordinance, an identified project can have a signal as a part of it. The catch with that is that impact fees can only be for the incremental traffic that a intersection can handle. So going from a stop sign to a traffic signal isn't 0 to, 1,000 trips. It's some portion of it. And then the general taxpayer is responsible for the rest of it because the intersection was already being used and already allowed a certain amount of traffic to go through. And then there's a third category altogether where a street is functioning fine, and then a new development comes in and triggers a point at which it is no longer meeting our traffic expectations and standards. So the signal at Allen Road and Spear Street with South Village was an example of that, where that was borne by them not as part of their traffic impact fees, but as the street, the necessity of a signal was created by that development. City center is a complex area because it's been such a public-private partnership of who's paying for what, that it hasn't neatly fallen into any of those categories.
it strike me though that it's much closer to the last category, that all the new development in city center is why we need that signal.
Well, currently, the 250 is being proposed to be from the impact fees,
Only 250 of it.
only 250 of it.
Because a substantial amount of the traffic that goes through there already goes through there today and was able to without a signal. That's the challenge.
Well, we still have a fair amount of development to go in here. I mean, to your point, in terms of the impact fee,
Would future impact fees be eligible to be used to pay off this?
To recoup.
That is a possibility, yes. As long as, future is not 30 years from now, but in the coming years, it could be done just as impact fees are used for the police station. We built the police station, we put in the impact fee at the same time, and the police station was designed to handle our capacity needs for officers for 20 plus years. And so it was built with that additional capacity in mind. If an argument can be made that the signal creates additional capacity for future development of the coming, say, X number of years, then yes. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's more than the 250 that's already planned to be assigned. That's the challenge, because it's still only, you can only assign the cost associated with new trips that signal enables. So the stop sign enables a certain number of trips already today. It's only if you get, 30% more vehicles can come through, that's what you can charge to impact fees.
Well, with all the growth, I think there'd be more than 30% more trips.
Was that intersection really heavily used before all the new
No,
construction? I mean,
the buses used it to get to the
Yeah.
school,
And it was an alternative to Wilson Road.
and it was only
There for a long time.
open the full length part of the year, like
250
around
or
Christmas.
650 feels low.
Certainly, as we're going through it, we can ask our consultant who's done this analysis to say, we always look to maximize.
Yeah, sharpen maybe sharpen it.
Yeah, that would be good.
I guess, well, just to say here is, we're trying to do this as expeditiously as possible
I
right now.
understand that.
And try to get this in, designed from,
Sure.
almost zero, right? Designed and installed as quickly as we can. So that's what we're moving forward with now. Next slide, please. Just continuing on the CIP, just a couple called out here related to climate action projects. So our DPW facility expansion, part of that is going to be some EV charging stations. And then fleet, we've gone through our large spreadsheet of vehicles and equipment, kind of made some initial, provided some initial thoughts on what could be electrified. And so one of the things this year that is up for replacement is one of the mowers we use, one of the zero-turn mowers. And so that's something where we could put a little bit of funds towards sort of our climate action project, get the crew used to using electric mowers. We've demoed a couple already.
Which ones have you done? I'm just curious.
I can get you a list. They didn't let me ride them. They did it without me. It was 2 or 3 that folks.
Well, you might have to use it in a pinch, so it's probably good not to.
We don't
How do you use
we
it?
don't want time for it.
Exactly, yeah.
Who works as a commercial? Seemed like.
And after all the rebates, and I don't know how long the rebates are around, the additional cost wasn't that large in these cases, yeah. And so, however those pan out, because, the salesman told us, well, you do it now, it's this, could not be that in a year. So anyway.
Supposed to be 10 years.
Couple slides on paving. So had someone go back through our budget books and pull out all the paving budgets back to 2002, must have been the books I had in my office. And you could see sort of how our paving budget has increased over the years. I took a quick look, though it's not on the chart, at the cost of asphalt and paving, right? And this tracks pretty well to that. So that would be kind of a next level interesting analysis we could do here.
Cost of a barrel of oil.
It tracks pretty well with that, yeah.
Yeah. Well, we've added more miles too.
And we've certainly added more miles. And so I guess that would be the interesting analysis. And I don't want to go down this rabbit hole at the moment. I should say, we have a whole other presentation on paving that I would be happy and come to discuss with council. But I only pulled out 3 slides from that, sort of high level here today.
Because you're putting roads on a schedule, is that part of the presentation?
Yeah. So what we've done here is this past summer, we worked with Regional Planning Commission to go through and get a pavement condition score, pavement condition inventory for all of the roads in the city. The last time that was done was in 2014. So it's provided a good kind of benchmark of where we were, where we are now, and how our roads are looking. There's a lot that goes into that scoring. Again, if folks are interested, we can come back and provide all those details. But we've split our roads into 3 different categories, and we've set sort of a goal score. Right, 100 is a new road scale, 0 to 100. And so our arterial roads are doing pretty well. Our collectors are like a White Street that collect folks out of their neighborhoods, bring them to our arterial roads, and then our residential streets, which are the majority of our streets, also doing very well. So overall, our pavement's about 73 on that scale. And if you go to the next slide, there's always a question of, well, how much do we need to be investing in our roads and paving to maintain sort of the condition or improve it, or how might we expect them to deteriorate depending on different funding levels. So we have a piece of software where we can plug in these scores now that we've got them updated, and we can plug in different funding levels. And so what you see here is just with no funding, we go from about that 70 and it drops down into the upper 50s. And kind of the top line, the yellow line there is $2 million investment, which you'll see an increase. And about the steady line, maybe a slight drop off, according to the software model, is about $1 million a year.
Does that assume that our current miles of road stays the same or increases?
I believe it assumes they stay the
It
same.
assumes it stays the same, and it assumes kind of standard degradation rate based off of previous. So this gets more accurate the more times we go out and score those roads. And the last thing it does is you can give it an assumed amount of inflation for the cost. So we put in what we paid each time we did a job in there. And so it will make an assumption around what type of work and try to optimize where and what type of work it will do.
Like any model, the more data, the better it is too. So I'd love to do this more often than every 9-10 years to keep up on this over time as well.
Are we seeing any improvements in asphalt technology where it becomes more durable than it has been in the past? Or is that a function of how it's laid down on top of a shim or a mill in a shim?
So there are some different strategies we can use out there, Tim. And we implement maybe a few of those. I don't know that a lot of folks in the state have implemented some of the newer stuff, the micro resurfacing and things like that, but it's certainly something we're going to look at as we go forward. This past year and where we are now was just getting a handle, because again, it's been 9 years since we've done this evaluation, to allow us to get through Dorset Street, which is chews up all the paving dollars in a year, right? And then really make that plan going forward is sort of where we're at now and looking at some of that.
Is this from software that's made by that company called Beta?
No, this is
Beta,
not
not by
Beta.
airplanes, but there's another company, Beta, that does.
I did the same thing at that conference. I
Yeah.
thought that was Beta Airplanes, but no. No, but I did chat with them, and some of that technology that I'm referencing is that they have similar software as do other folks. We use micropaver, which is sort of the industry standard for a while. New players came in.
A related question. So I'm aware that like green asphalt technology where the asphalt is at a lower temperature, emits less fumes, emits less CO2. Is that something you're familiar with? Does that happen in Vermont? Is that?
We did investigate, I think maybe before an email about that a while back. and we
Yeah.
Did some investigation into that. I think it's something that's not widely being used, if I remember. We had
So I learned about it
in
in
Vermont.
Jersey. Apparently New Jersey's adopted it across the state.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's in Vermont, but it's supposed to be better for the workers. It doesn't emit fumes because it's at a lower temperature and it's better for the environment. Just something.
And the cost is equal or more? Yeah,
No, I don't know.
It's always more.
it's always more.
Next slide. And so just our emerging issues, staffing. So like I mentioned at the top, we've got 5 open positions. And we're adding that position in FY25, which is great, but we still need to fill it. And then other emerging issues, just kind of our pace of development in the city is great, but just to remind folks that what comes with that is more infrastructure to maintain. So, I drive through the O'Brien development just as one example and look at the roads out there and the additional sidewalk and shared use path that comes along with that, the additional parks, et cetera. We got to make sure we're keeping up, whether it's at a staff level or an equipment level as we go forward and that infrastructure gets transferred over. And I think another emerging issue is we have some great data for our infrastructure around the city. We've hired some new people into new roles, younger folks that love working with data. And so I'd like to do more with managing that data so we can make some more data-driven decisions. So I can have even fancier charts for you in future years. So that's something that would be wonderful for us to move into here, kind of using that information, updating it more regularly.
So is that,
Charge for you all.
that's the hope. There's not a budget line for
So
the.
so you actually funded this last year.
Oh.
And it's a position that is on my to-do list to fund and just another priority or to hire. And just
Oh,
another
okay.
priorities. I haven't hired it yet.
So.
So you've already funded it. It's in
The
the,
emerging issue then is hiring a person.
yes.
Okay, not that you need it.
And I would say our GIS software too, with the new update, it includes so much more than the last version. So things that are built in for managing, whether it's, street lights or street signals, signage, whatever. In the past, you had to develop that on your own. Now with the fee we already pay, it's there. So we can do more with that.
And we have a person to actually do it for.
We will, yeah. or we
We
hopefully.
haven't hired the GIS person?
Nope, not yet.
We funded that about 2 years ago, no?
No, with
Last
the
year?
budget, with the budget started.
Oh, that we're in here, okay.
Is there any progress in the lead pipe inventory?
Yeah, I'll get to that in the water side, yeah.
So the fourth position, is that a new position?
Nope, we've had one person in there since we created it. That person left, they took another position at a local farm, so it's been open for a little bit. So we're working on.
Bases or, so do they deal with invasives?
Yep, that's part of that job, yeah.
So interesting fun fact is we've talked about diversifying our workforce in other presentations. Since Tom has been Director of Public Works, every internal, not counting internal hires, every external hire we've made into Public Works has been a woman. Because they've been the best candidates.
We probably were before, but
They probably.
now we're recognizing it.
It's okay. I think that's a fun, great. fun
Yes,
fact.
it is.
All right, sorry, Tom.
Okay, so actually that was the end of the highway portion of the presentation. I didn't realize. So anything on highway, I guess I would pause after each division, if that works for you, Jesse, and others, just to kind of wrap up that piece before I get into the enterprise funds individually.
Let's go
ahead.
come back to the 300,000 increase in highway paving. I take it that's the minimum amount of time you think you really need to get it done.
This number right here.
We went from 850 to, yeah, $1.15.
We've got cost estimates from the engineer on what Dorset Street, section 4 will cost. And he actually provided an update just the other day that Martha and I were talking about. We were pretty close with this number actually, which is great. Mostly because the pavement costs have not continued to escalate. Again, oil, fuel prices dictate a lot of that. So yes, to do phase 4 of 4 in FY25, this number or slightly more is what we're gonna need. But then when we get back on the schedule of we're not doing these huge expensive chunks of Dorset,
to maybe $1 million next budget.
we can talk about going back to that chart, what's the appropriate funding level? And, you know, that has pretty direct impact on the condition of city streets, right?
And actually, out of that number, only 950 is general fund, 200 is grant, so estimated to be grant funding.
Okay. Yeah, we get a $200,000 grant from V-Trans almost every other year for paving of class 2 roads, which we're going to apply for and presumably receive.
That comes in a different line, that comes in the revenue line, so, yeah,
Yes.
okay.
Is paving in front of the fire station gonna be real problematic? Or is that just, it's not a big problem because you've got it all planned out, or is that gonna?
I'm sure it'll require some coordination. So yeah, with the fire department and the school. So that's why I'm really hoping to do this.
Yeah.
And really trying to line up all the different pieces of this, which is not just engineering associated with the paving project, but also the school zone. So really trying to go as quickly as we can with, of course, the appropriate amount of public input to get that school zone designed so that we can start that this summer and not have to delay till next. So that's been a very big focus of ours recently.
I just wanted to note, at the last airport commission meeting, the airport has one of those machines that does lines. And they don't use it all the time. So actually the rep from Winooski wanted to know if they would ever like rent it out or, and Nick kind of said, oh, we've never really thought about that, but that could be a new revenue stream. So I'm just putting it out there. If that's, I know in the past, there's like one line company in the state. So they get backed up. So I'm just curious, one more thing for you to follow up on maybe is to see if that's a collaboration we could have with the airport.
We can do, we have a striper, electric
Yes,
striper.
yeah,
And
I
it
know
does,
you
you know,
do.
crosswalks, turn
Right.
arrows, things like that. But yeah, the long lines is where we struggle to find a contractor. So if
Right.
that's what they can do.
Yes,
can
these
do
are,
it well.
look how long the runways
Certainly.
are, they line them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're pretty long lines that they put down. So it's just a thought if you get behind or caught or something.
Don't want planes landing on Wilson Road.
Yeah, right.
Just one more item. We did get a note from the bike ped committee asking for some really modest adjustments, like another 10,000 for shared use and striping. Just wondering what your reaction is to that. Is that something that would be useful? Like,
I guess I'm not sure what request we're referring to?
It came in from Barbara
Barbara.
last night.
Last night, I mean, it's.
So last night I was still preparing this.
Yeah, no, fair enough, so it.
I guess I'd have to look into that.
Yeah, no, so they've got a long, but the summary is they're asking whether it's possible and whether it would be useful to increase the striping budget by 10,000 and the shared use path maintenance budget by 10. I think either, both of those are 40, and they're asking for them to each go to 50.
I would say it's never been lack of work that's held us back for the striping. It's been finding the contractor who can come and do it when we need them to do it.
Right.
And on the other side, I'm sure we can find more shared use path work to do. One of our requests is a pavement condition inventory. One of our requests to RPC to help us with will be a pavement condition inventory of our shared use paths. Right, so we've got some funding there. We've got some bad sections we know about that we're picking off. But again, it would be really nice to have that plan where we lay it out first to feed all the paving condition, all 24 miles of shared use path. What we need to do when, so that's something we're actively working on. But I guess I would say it's not going to hurt. We can certainly use it in the short term if that was something council wanted to consider.
I'd be in favor of it.
You can discuss it.
I'll move on to the stormwater portion of the presentation. So our stormwater utility, FY23 successes, the stormwater utility is fully staffed. So that's great. One of our divisions fully staffed. That's on the maintenance and sort of engineering design side, management side. A couple other successes is in 23 worked on 3 different construction projects. So a project out in Lindenwood, one on Fear Street that is deals with a portion of the Burlington Country Club in South Burlington, but really a big chunk of Spear Street flows into this. And then Kennedy Drive onto, folks may have seen by Timber Lane. And so pretty happy with those and a good chunk of grant dollars that came in for each of those projects. So again, the stormwater utilities continues to be very successful bringing in grant dollars for their quality work.
Is there a way to measure the impact of all the stormwater maintenance over time?
Impact, so from a
water quality perspective.
Okay, yes. So the state of Vermont has a variety of models that they use, whether it's a flow restoration plan model, this thing BMP DSS, their phosphorus model for Lake Champlain. So we do work and we report back to them, and they can update those models to show us kind of where we're at with the goals and targets, requirements, I guess they've set in our permits. So they have all that information. They haven't updated some of those in a while, and that's something we're again working with them on, because those are large watershed, kind of multi-community models.
Be great at some point to.
But we do some own estimates where.
Yeah, it's not like some metric,
this
like we've
project.
done all this work and it's resulted in a 5%, some decrease in phosphorus, it's just something for the community to celebrate the success if we can.
And we've had some of those charts in the past, so if there's something specific the council would like to see, for phosphorus, for example, I'm sure we can pull that together. Because we've done that in the past.
It'd be hard to do that for
Yeah.
just South Burlington. So the watersheds are, there's studies done,
Maybe
but,
measure the what the content in each of the.
well, they are measured now by the stream team group, and that report is out actually.
So with the Winooski Valley?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's
Draining
not,
into the
it's,
lake?
it's, it's congregate, it's aggregate to Inglesby Brook and Shortcast Brook.
Yeah.
But I can find that for you.
Great.
Sorry.
A couple budget highlights. So a very modest increase in the stormwater system maintenance and materials, about $15,000, just to keep up with the cost of materials and doing work, replacing, and kind of managing our stormwater system. And we've allocated $5,000 within the stormwater budget, one of our existing consulting line items, to support the hiring of a fellow who is going to look at regional stormwater services, so kind of a Chittenden County-based regionalized service. So a number of different towns are involved in that, and so that's just sort of our share that we built into the budget. And just a council action on this, and you'll see this repeated a couple times here as I go forward with the other enterprise funds. Council will need to pass a resolution to update our stormwater rates prior to the new fiscal year. In the case of stormwater, as you may recall from the city manager's previous presentation, that's 3.1% proposed increase.
And should that be done after the budget is adopted?
Yep. A couple of highlights from the stormwater CIP. So Bartlett Bay Road off of Shelburne Road. We have had that on our list for a little bit now as a culvert that needs to be replaced. It's sort of undersized, it's aging. So moving that project forward. So we have money in the budget for final engineering. We have a variety of these flow restoration plans or these large stormwater capital projects in the budget. It's about $1.5 million worth of engineering, construction, et cetera, for those projects. And then we have a sinkhole that we need to address on Logwood. And so we've got some money in the budget for that. And within the box at the bottom, I just wanted to point out, trying to tie this to some other plans. I think a lot or most all the investments we make in stormwater really increase our resiliency and improve the city's ability to withstand large storm events. So especially observed, I guess, this past summer, right, where we were able to send our folks out to help other communities. I just remembered back, a dozen or more years ago, before we'd done a lot of the work and we got a storm like that, I knew we would be down in Laurel Hill and Butler Farms, et cetera, et cetera. Our crew would be busy. Those areas are, or at least for this past storm, we're well taken care of. So it's really a wonderful position we're in. I think in a large part, it's to the investments we've made and continue to make through the stormwater utility.
Where's the sinkhole on Logwood?
I'll get you more information on that one. It's,
Okay.
yeah, there's no danger.
No houses are gonna be swallowed up.
It's hard.
It's no street. Getting back to Andy's question about
Losing your pot.
reporting, I mean, I think resilience as opposed to, phosphorus going into there. I mean, that's a great, to me, that's a really meaningful measurement of neighborhoods being protected and so on.
Yeah, if there were metrics that we wanted to measure resiliency by, that would be certainly something we can talk about.
Well, I think we should. I think that's a story that we need to have the public share or understand.
Yeah, next slide. Jeff.
Connections.
Emerging issues. So again, stormwater utility is fully staffed. The chart on the right just shows the number of systems we've taken over. I'm sure he can't read that because I can't read that from either. But that's from when the utility started back in 2003 to today. So we maintain about just under 100 systems. I'm sure we'll surpass that 100 stormwater treatment system threshold either FY25 or 26, depending on various things progress. And we continue to work on the 3-acre sites. Zoom back out for me a second, guys. And so there is grant funding that's been made available, like I said, and we've been very successful obtaining that. The outlook for that may not be the same because so many communities are going to have requirements to construct things associated with this so-called 3-acre permit that's come into effect. And so it's going to get a lot more competitive across the state. So we may see our ability to pull down grant dollars and keep our stormwater rate increases, at the less than 3% level. If we are not able to get those grants, that may start to creep up. But that's just more of a warning and general comment here that, the $750,000 or more dollars we bring in each year, that may not go on forever.
Well, that's probably why it would be really important for the community to understand what we've done so far and what those investments have done, and we need to continue this time maybe on their utility charges versus state dollars.
And then I'll move on to a couple slides on wastewater. So our FY23 successes, I think the big success there was the community support we received for the bond that covered both the upgrade refurbishment of the Bartlett Bay facility, dealing with, we call it the Queen City Park pump stations. It's actually 4 pump stations, 3 in Queen City Park, 1 on Bartlett Bay Road. They are some of our older pump stations in the city. So we got the bond funding passed for that, and also improving our solids handling. So all the materials that kind of settle out as they move through the wastewater treatment facility and handling and manage those solids. We're making some improvements there, all covered under that bond that was previously passed. Our 2 wastewater treatment facilities, the Airport Parkway And Bartlett Bay facilities were recognized nationally with silver and gold awards that our wastewater superintendent applied for. So that was some nice recognition.
How did Bartlett Bay get a gold? I'm just curious.
I think through the operations and the quality of the effluent we put out is, the phosphorus content, for example, is very low relative to what we are permitted to put out. And that kind of goes to the way we manage the system as wastewater moves through.
Oh, good, because, yeah, the infrastructure clearly needed to be upgraded, so the fact that it was still so high, such high performance in spite of that.
What do we do with the solids? Is that used for compost or is it?
So they all go to, everything goes to Airport Parkway, where they go through a heat process, digestion process. And then we have a contract with a company, where they use them in different locations, typically not in Vermont. A lot of the spreading that occurs is upstate New York. Yep. So we keep going, you'll see some emerging issues. This is always. But before I get to that, so some highlights here. A lot of this is just stuff we've already talked about, the pump station solids handling, Bartlett Bay upgrades. One thing I do want to highlight that I sort of skipped over in the initial slide was we have 32 pump stations. We're looking at adding more with some of the new development that's come online, whether it be Spear Meadows, for example. That's one that will eventually presumably become a public pump station. That's more than any municipality in the state. So if you figure you need to address a pump station or refurbish, upgrade it once every 20 years, we really should be upgrading a pump station one or two every budget cycle. Some of the smaller ones are less expensive. Some of the larger ones, those could be upwards of $1 million. So that's something we're working to include in our CIP as we move forward.
So developers pay to put in the pump station for their development. Do you oversee, how it's built and that it's up to specifications, so we're not inheriting the dog?
We do. And there's plenty of times we say this isn't up to standards. You'll have to do these 3-4 things before the city will take them over. And we've got a lot that are sort of in that situation right now. You released a handful, I shouldn't say a lot. But others that we've kept up on, like the one at Spear Meadows, I mentioned that one already. That one was built to our standard until after the warranty period, assuming all is well, that will become a city maintained and owned pump station.
That was a complaint during the DRB review of the 9 houses across from Sadie Lane when the design was deemed insufficient. And so the developer wasn't happy. They had to spend another $300,000 for a bigger pump or whatever it was. So I remember that. So,
Our standards are out there. We mention them frequently.
Great.
And then a couple items here on the budget. So I believe folks have heard me talk about chemical costs at the pump station. So that line item is increased by 60,000. It looks like these costs are stabilizing. So I do not anticipate coming back next year with another large increase here. But again, to continue putting out the low phosphorus, high quality effluent, we need to use these chemicals to adjust the pH or help flocculate whatever's in the wastewater out. And so the cost of that has just gone up over the last couple of years. Increased costs associated with our contract for dealing with the solids has gone up a little bit. I also just wanted to mention one of our policy priorities and strategies is the design of the Bartlett Bay plant. And so we're looking at that through an energy efficiency, climate change lens as we move through that process, which we're really just starting to get into now at the engineer. And again, council will need to pass a resolution, just update our water rates and allocation fees and things at some point here before the FY25 budget year starts in July. And then again, our emerging issues. So I'll start with the staffing piece, I guess. We currently have a single employee down at the Bartlett Bay facility, just one person. We have others that kind of go down and check on and help out with things as necessary. We really should have 2 people down there from a safety perspective. So that is not in this budget year ask, but as we move into refurbishment, upgrade, construction of that plant, it would be really beneficial to have that second person down there. The staff person that's there has been there. He's one of our longest tenured employees in Public Works. So his retirement is on the horizon. It would really be nice to have someone in there that can see the work as it's being constructed as we go forward, to have that knowledge retained within the department.
And how many are at Airport Parkway?
Oh, Robert 2, 3, Jennifer 4. I know we've got folks that go around and look at the different pump stations, 3 folks there, and they'll check in down at the other plant as well.
Is that like $100,000 cost for?
So I think we typically carry about $100,000 for a new employee. Again, this is on the enterprise fund side. Just to remind folks, this isn't a general fund.
And all those positions are required at Airport Parkway. It's not a matter of just moving one of those employees down to Bartlett Bay to help with the safety issue.
So because of the solids handling that goes on at Bartlett Bay, it's additional labor. And so those folks are there. We have our lab at Airport Parkway, so samples get collected down at Bartlett Bay and brought to Airport Parkway where Jennifer runs the samples and yeah. And again, the facilities at our Airport Parkway are better too for our field staff that are checking on the pump stations. So as part of the upgrade, we'll improve facilities down at Bartlett Bay. So perhaps some of those folks can operate more comfortably, out of that different plant as well.
Is that solid handling trucking of the solids up to Airport Parkway so they can digest it? Is that what happens?
It does, yeah. Everything is trucked right now.
And how many trucks run a day?
Just one.
One truck a day?
But it's a good chunk of that employee's time every week to just truck materials up.
Is it the possibility for like just remote management technology? So Airport Parkway could watch and manipulate stuff electronically, and have cameras on every tank and, so you didn't have to have somebody there 24 hours a day, but is it feasible that you could possibly do it remotely?
I think we're always going to want to have somebody at that site. A lot of this is monitored like that already.
Okay.
The technology, and so the person that's down there, but there's still a lot of hands-on tasks and
He doesn't
checking.
live there.
No.
It's not-
He
we
isn't
don't
there
staff
24
it.
hours a day.
Yeah, that's true. We don't do.
Cute little home. There's a little bungalow there.
And just again,
Greenhouse.
contaminants would be a
Right?
concern.
Yeah.
So PFAS, for example, if rules and regulations change related to that, the cost on our operations, specifically solids handling, if we couldn't spread those in certain places, that may change. And so that would have a significant impact on. cost of
Have we
operations.
measured PFAS in the water?
We have done PFAS measurements with the state of Vermont, and they have all that data. And just again, the chart on the right here, I always think this is, again, I've mentioned it a few times. We always talk about phosphorus, but the biochemical oxygen demand and the solids that we remove as wastewater moves through the Bartlett Bay plant, you can just see the difference between the 2 bars there, coming in at almost 300 milligrams per liter and discharged at a rate of 1.2. So the plants are doing a great job cleaning up the water. Next slide. Oh, and that's it for wastewater. Anything else before I move on to drinking water? Not really. Okay.
Right.
All right, so
Don't waste what you drink.
the drinking water department. So kind of the first bullet here is that lead service line inventory. That is something that our water superintendent, these folks have been working away at the past year. That's going to continue on. It is, for those that may not be familiar, a federal requirement that we look at all of the service lines. So these aren't just the city-owned lines. These are the lines that go from where our ownership stops and private ownership starts. We are looking at those lines and making sure they're not lead. So it's a lot of record research. If they are found, then they have to get replaced. So we are still in that records research phase of this project, which is a significant amount of work. One of the highlights here is just the number of water allocations. So the bars on the right are the number of different allocations, and then the line is just the gallons. And so you can see we've been somewhat consistent, fairly consistent with the number, but the actual gallons or the volume of those allocations has gone up pretty significantly here in FY23, and that's largely associated not just with City Center, but partially associated with City Center, but some other large businesses that have moved into the city and obtained allocations in that time frame.
What does exactly that mean? So that helps us to budget for water, the allocation? Like, what exactly does that mean, water allocation?
So we have 2.1 million gallons tank, and we're going to talk about this because this is the big, the water tank, right, coming up here. But we need to expand the amount of water that we store in our high service area, which is basically everything east of Spear Street. So it's served by that.
And that's the sum of the allocation?
So yeah, we have 2.1 millions. We have to, what do we use and what are we allocating out? And we have reached that limit. And so as we track that, as we're required to, right, and we sell the allocations, we have an allocation fee to bring money in for capital projects associated with things like building another water tank.
But so the allocation maybe is not what actually used, like a budgeted use per development, is that what the allocation is?
Yeah, so we can look at the water that's used out of the tank right now. And then we can look at when we issue these allocations, there's a whole permit system that goes in depending on your use. We expect you're going to use this much water, how many gallons per day. So we just track that. And so it's sort of a combination of what we're actually using that we can measure, what we expect to use, because we see those businesses and land uses coming into the city.
Back when we were talking about city center, the council agreed to allocate additional gallons, I guess, to this development. Just so we would be sure that there was enough.
And again, just one other one, we have so many valves and pipes and things, and the crews does a great job going out, twisting all those valves, checking on them every year. And so, you know, they twisted over 1,500 gate valves over the past year, this fiscal year. Make sure everything's operational. Next slide. A couple of items in the water budget. So you'll see an increase in the professional services. The name of that line item, that's really to deal with water breaks and other maintenance needs associated with the aging water system. So as our system ages, we have more frequent maintenance needed, and just you'll see more breaks. A lot of that is winter dependent. Temperature fluctuations in the soil drive that too. We have kind of a one-time increase here for computer services for our meter reading, our Neptune software system. There's an upgrade necessary there. Otherwise, generally stable within the water budget, and 3 council to-do items here. And the first is the resolution I've mentioned, like for the other enterprise funds. We will be asking for a bond vote for the water tank in the high service area on town meeting day. So we'll be preparing some presentations on that coming up very soon in the new year.
Yeah, January 2nd, your meeting will highly focus on the water tank bond vote and the votes you need to take to enable that to be on the ballot.
And council should expect to see in the not too distant future an updated draft of the city's drinking water ordinance, which if you go to the next slide, oh, I guess just a couple slides. I don't want to be surprised. It hasn't been updated in almost 20 years, so that's in need of an update. We've been working on that. Capital plan, I've mentioned it already, the water storage tank. Our standard, we replace so many meters every year, so same funding in there for meter replacement and just ongoing work associated with that lead service line inventory research and replacement program.
Is the Fed paying for that? The 193? Federal dollars paying for 193?
So those dollars come down to the state of Vermont, and for a variety of factors, we are not eligible. We're one of the few communities that weren't eligible for some of those dollars. So it's due to size, median household income, et cetera. So we have some grant funding, but not the amount that has gone to other communities, unfortunately.
And so if you find lead in somebody's service, is that their cost to replace?
I believe that would be at our cost. But maybe there's some, I can look into that. I have to talk to Jay about that. We're still in the, where is the lead? Is there any lead phase of this? But that has been specified in the regulations. Yeah. And like I said, so emerging issues, just the water ordinance needs an update. It's been about 20 years. This bond vote, which you will hear much more about. And I've been to council earlier this year to talk about our rate study. So within that rate study, as folks may remember, we need to adjust our rates and fees to address just the increased cost because we purchase water from the Champlain Water District. Those costs go up every year, and just to meet the needs of our aging infrastructure and the amount of water we need. So our rates are going to be going up as we move forward here to meet those needs. I think the proposed rate increase was 9.5%.
I remember that discussion. That's going to be an interesting discussion in the future too.
Is Champlain, is the water district offering the bond as well this year?
They are. Yep. Yep. And you've probably seen information on that already, actually. I think it was in the last city news. They have something in there as well. And that's it for that. So I'm going to turn it over to Erica here.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for sticking with us at Public Works. We've got a few things going on. So I'll be talking about bicycle and pedestrian projects and that kind of division and fund, and then also the open space. So bicycle and pedestrian is primarily penny for paths and grant funding, and I'll kind of run through how that has been working. So, and this graph really highlights how successful the Penny for Path initiative has been. So I'll start there because it's good background about this. Went back the 2 years before the Penny for Path ballot was approved, and you can see there was not much money that we could use because we were another place kind of vying for the general fund dollars. So really not much able to be done. But then starting with Penny for Paths, you can see, and over time, it's been shown to the state and the federal government that we have the money to match their grants. And so they've really shown up with a lot of grant funding. So the dark blue is Penny for Paths funds that we've used, the light blue grants, and then other sources, things like impact fees are primarily the other source that bike ped projects come from. So a couple of big successes, all of our RRFBs, we have about 36 of them citywide. They're now fully up to date. They all have signs on both sides, lights on both sides. The buttons are able to be upgraded to continue to evolve with particularly accessibility standards. So
Those are the yellow flashing lights across. the
yes,
box.
sorry, rectangular rapid flashing beacons. Which doesn't even tell you any more information. But yeah, buttons that you push, the lights go on. Ideally, cars stop and you can.
Oh, I noticed that the large silver button had been replaced by a rubber grommet type button. That's some of the ones that were solar powered.
Yeah, so a lot of that is because the older buttons couldn't be upgraded to accommodate sound to tie into that, and also the vibro tactile, things like that. And more are moving towards the ones that have the arrow that you can feel also. And like Tom had mentioned, the city really moving to 10-foot travel lanes wherever we can, unless it's a place with really high, heavy truck volume where they really need the 11 feet. So that has brought a lot of new bike lanes online, and the bike ped committee was really instrumental in pushing for that also.
Does anybody complain about the O'Brien squeeze on Kennedy Drive at that new curb cut?
No.
Because it takes out the bike lanes almost entirely in both directions.
Yeah, I haven't. I think it's because there's the path there
There's a
that
path
most
on
people
both
stick
sides,
to
yeah.
because the speeds are so high
I don't learn.
that most people stick to the path there, but I have not.
Okay.
So the widened shoulders are awesome. Is it also kind of best practice to like put a bicycle, picture in lanes every now and then, or some other
Yeah.
signage that, helps delineate and indicates it's for bikes?
Yeah, and because a lot of the striping happened later in the season than we would have liked, putting down stencils is a lot harder. But yeah, moving towards more stencils there, and also the signs to say that this is a bike lane.
On the plan?
Yeah, yep. Adam and I talk about that and laying it out. But yes, on a lot of those streets, well, eventually all of them will have those types of markings. So just some really nice pictures and perks of having a photographer on the bike ped committee. Although I did take that nice Kennedy Drive West Twin Oaks one. A couple of these showing the RFBs here. You can see someone yielding to the pedestrian there. That's actually Havilah, the chair of the bike ped committee. But I thought a resident sounded better. And the bike ped committee, since they've been so instrumental in getting Penny for Paths, we went out there and stenciled that as on the new JC Park crosswalk, which is technically FY24.
These are really nice enhancements. I'm thankful.
We've heard some really good things about the Williston Road ones also.
Have you heard any negatives?
We did for the first like 2 weeks.
Oh, till people got figured out.
The people started remembering that it was there. We did have one person hit it within like a week. At one of them, they hit a sign, the sign got launched, and as it's been put, it guillotined some of the wires, but it's been replaced. It all works.
They were also on their cell phone.
But no, since the first couple of weeks, we've really only had positive feedback. feedback. Some people even came to the bike ped committee just to say thank you.
It was very sad to see those wrapped right after they were
I
just put
know.
up.
Oh my gosh, I know. So the FY25 budget, since these aren't line items, I really just want to lay through how the funding, the balance has been moving around. You can see that we, the funding, the revenue has really grown because the grand list has come in. So 1% means a much larger number now than it did when it started. And so some of the years, it kind of fluctuates with how big our expenditures are, which is why the balance kind of ebbs and flows, because design takes a few years and then you'll have a summer with big construction. So FY26, two of our biggest projects will really spend down that balance. So it looks like we're taking in more money than we could ever spend, but it's really just that kind of natural flow of the construction and design cycle.
Eric, how do you think about the penny for path kind of segregated account versus the amounts in the general fund for shared use maintenance and striping? You just think about those collectively? Are they, in your mind, for different things, or?
Based on the ballot language, they are for different things. Penny for paths can only go to new items, which is kind of a difficult piece, honestly, because certain things like shared use path maintenance, we could get a lot more done if we could use some of the penny for paths dollars, but we can't unless we were to make an 8-foot path a 10-foot path. Then you can make the argument that's a new facility.
We'll go to new ballot.
Right, and so it is up we have 5 more years of this current ballot language. I believe it's FY29 is when it
Well, we
comes
could always
back
change it. So
around.
you're saying you think it would be more efficient to use some of these dollars for maintenance than?
I think it's more flexible, at least to allow the same way the open space fund does. It has $0.50 going to the specific locations, but then there's that 5% kind of general maintenance that we can tap into.
So why don't we think about putting that on the ballot to adjust the use of those funds for new and for maintenance?
Well, they go away in 29. I mean, the
Yep.
penny for path.
The penny for paths is,
10 years.
No, but for the next 5 years.
Well,
I mean, like
more than 5
we
years.
did that with the open space.
it was in calendar year 2018. It went into effect in FY19.
So 5 years ago, we'll new ballot language.
So
Right, but can
FY29.
we adjust the existing? Like, wasn't there something with the open space where?
Right, we did that. We put
That
it-
one
we
has
have
had
it.
about 5
repurpose some?
Well, it would be good to ask the Bike and Ped Committee
Right.
what their thoughts were before we go ahead with just.
Yeah.
We'll take your money. Thanks for doing all the work.
Speaking to them every month, I don't think they'd be upset about, at least, even if it was something like open space fund, how it says 1% of it each year can go towards maintenance.
It'd be good to touch base before we launch into that.
Just make,
Yeah.
just makes sense to have some maintenance.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's very
And
true.
they would be very receptive to a conversation.
So Andrew, great questions. 2 points I'd like to quickly make. One is just a historical point. The person who previously managed the Penny for Paths and Open Space Fund sat in the manager's office, and we intentionally moved that position over to Public Works 2 years ago to make the link between the capital investment and the maintenance needs stronger. And I think Erica and Tom have done a really great job linking those two efforts over time. Second, this is my personal opinion. What you're talking about is exactly why dedicated pennies are difficult. When you have dedicated pennies in a general fund budget, you take away council's nimbleism about those funds over time. So just something to think about into the future.
No, but again, we can adjust that with ballot language, like was done for the open space.
You absolutely can. If it was just the council had decided to fund 1% on the tax rate or a penny on the tax rate for paths and kept that policy decision over time, there's no need to have ballot language at all. It's just a policy call you can make during a budget process.
Would you run the fear of you put it out there to change it and people vote it down? Does that mean that the penny goes away or just the?
No,
No,
or
no,
give that to
just
her.
that the
Well, that would be
flexibility, you
good.
just don't
I
have.
mean, I wouldn't want to put it in jeopardy just because.
Yeah.
You'd have to write it a certain way that it wouldn't go
Right.
away.
There are many conservation / open space fund examples as I've dug through that. It's been amended many times. So moving to the next slide, looking at the CIP, this is another example just showing how much we can leverage using penny for paths. Over half of the funding being used in FY25 is grant related. A lot of that is the Heinsberg Road Path Grant, which we were very glad to receive our full request on. So there's $950,000 in spending there. 180,000 is directly from pennies for path. And we're moving into some very exciting construction projects in 25 and 26 on the Spear Street shared use path and Dorset Street shared use path. Probably constructed in the opposite order. And $100,000 here that's mentioned as climate action related is that more general project shown in the CIP as just active transportation projects, which is a way that we've laid it out to try to get some of that flexibility with the active transportation plan in the works. There's going to be a lot of recommendations that come out of that, some of which are in the CIP, some of which are not. So starting at 100,000 to get into any types of studies or design, and then that number increasing with some grant assumptions over time. And so that's part of that policy budget being proposed. So some project highlights. Really just ran through those there. And the 8% for ARPA is the assumed Heinsberg Road path allocation that we talked about. But there are places, if the council chose to shift where that is, that's a conversation we can have, and other places could potentially absorb some of that.
Does that design go all the way to, is it Nadu Crest Road?
On Heinsberg Road?
Yeah.
No, it is the 1 mile from Williston to Kennedy. And for reference right now, talking about how costs have gone up, shared use paths for a 10-foot asphalt path currently is about $1 million a mile, is the kind of quick hitting.
That's what the interstate used to be years and years ago, $1 million.
Yeah.
The Spear Street path, that's the one from Spear to the Forest.
Yep, from Swift Street at the crosswalk, we've extended it around the corner so that there's not like 100 feet.
Yeah.
So from that crosswalk on Swift Street around the corner in front of the church, it crosses at Songbird, where it connects with another path under the bridges and then connects to the existing Spear Street
And
path.
so, and what's the timing of that then? Is that to begin next year?
It depends on when right of way is always the biggest issue. That's why we're a year behind on the Dorset Street path. Construction was originally hoped for FY24 there. So that will be dependent on things. We've tried to do a lot of upfront coordination about the bridges in particular.
But like the
but
design
FY
for that and the funding is all in place, it's just depending on the right.
we have $300,000 worth of funding. The project is looking like it's about 1 to 1.2, even though it's less than a mile, it is much more involved with the bridges and stormwater treatment. So I think it's on your consent agenda for Monday to approve another $300,000 ask from the same grant program, because they have raised the allowable cap for grants from that funding source.
Will that require an RFB at Songbird?
Yes, yes. It's a really popular crossing. And the other side of it is also in the CIP at Dorset and Songbird.
And I'm sorry, just related to that, there's a little piece of bike path behind Spear Meadows that doesn't quite connect yet.
Yep, so that is a separate CIP project, and that is the only general fund asking here, that 13% is for the, I believe it's listed as the Spear Meadows Path Connection.
Okay, but that's also, is that part of the Spear Street construction? Or
That's a separate project because it's coming from different pots of money. It's on a different timeline because we're working with developers and going through the UVM land where easements have been going through their process. But it is in the CIP for 25 and 26.
Will it hook back to the existing RFB or get its own?
It would hook into the existing one.
So it'll have to kind of switch back and then hit west, right?
Yeah, so it would make kind of a loop, but yeah, if you wanted to go west, you'd have to go east for a few hundred feet to cross and go west.
And there's also the Williston Road streetscape that's separate.
That's, that is Alana.
Yeah.
Yes, there are many bike
It's
head
the
projects.
bridge and the,
Yeah, so all of the TIF funded ones are shown separately, so city center area. And so emerging issues, we've talked about maintenance a lot, so I figured we'd show off a beautiful section.
Where's that?
That one is on Nolan Farm.
Oh, yeah.
Nolan Farm as a whole is pretty rough. It's on the list of where that 40,000 of maintenance.
Stormwater holes are pretty bad too.
Yeah, and so, yeah, that's one of our biggest emerging issues. Tom mentioned it also, is that we need funding and staff capacity for maintenance, especially without being able to tap into penny for paths for maintenance. Then it is gonna have to come from general fund there. And so we have really big goals with the climate action plan, which are great. And I think it is a really important way to get people out of their cars if they don't have the infrastructure to be on. But we have a small staff.
The other thing that's really rough is just coming up Dorset from Kennedy to get here.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think rougher than Nolan Farm path.
You've got
Take both
You've got an
frequently.
e-bike, how's it rougher?
It's rough.
Yeah, we have a pretty hefty spreadsheet of
Yeah.
our areas. And so, yeah, we have, in order to really meet these climate goals, we need to work quickly and then be able to keep up with what goes in there.
With bumps. Federal Memorial Park.
So now moving into open space fund again, because it's a dedicated special fund, it's gonna look similar to the penny for paths one. So FY23 successes here,
Wait, you jumped. Where's the middle picture from?
Wheeler.
Okay.
Yeah, Red Rocks, Wheeler, and Overlook we've got here. So in FY23, we all remember back and forth on Hubbard, but design is still progressing on that path, and all of the design elements we landed on. And another big thing is Red Rocks. There's a lot of stormwater and trail improvements there. We have secured most of our permits. We're just waiting on the Act 250 for the last one. But that is really moving along. And I wasn't at the public meeting, but when Tom was there for the Queen City Park pump stations, and this seemed to be well received. People were happy that the outfalls and erosion will be getting improved. So again, looking at how the balance shifts, we've had some pretty lean spending years because things haven't been going to construction quite yet in open space. We will be tapping into those more with Red Rocks and Hubbard. And then that is a lot of what's on the rest of the acronym is great, but the OSNAP list, the Open Space Natural Area Priority list for projects, so that we're gonna have to look at again. But so this is just the improvements and maintenance side, that $0.50. This does not include the land acquisition $0.50 in what you're seeing on this table.
The repayment was for, what's the note? What was the note for?
So that was taken out when it was the conservation fund. Then the way that it went was there was another ballot item where a $1.3 million note was taken out and to be repaid through the HEPSA.
That was for Hubbard or what was that?
No,
That was
there were
for-
upfront costs for upkeep.
Maintenance.
paths.
For- and it-
That alone.
And it identified 4 natural areas and open spaces that that note can be used for. So that's where the payments come out for these improvements.
10 years?
Mm,
Well, when does it?
We only have 2 more years of payments.
Okay, it's 25. Okay.
Yeah, payments are about 125. Yeah, I think there's 2 more years, FY25 and 26. Looking for hopeful confirmation, but there are only a year or 2 left on that note payment. But we have a very healthy balance here, so we have the capacity to be taking on some more improvements in the open space area.
Do we have flexibility to use that balance for acquisitions too, or is that dedicated?
The other half cent, the note repayment, the note.
No,
that
I mean,
one
this
for three.
720, the balance, so that's dedicated to maintenance that can't be. used for-
Improvements, and then 5% of that can be used for maintenance. The other half cent, so the other $208,000 that goes into an account that can be used for land acquisition.
You're right, but this can't.
Correct. This is for the improvements.
And how long did we do the half cent? That had a time frame on it too, did it not?
The note repayment had a time frame. The conservation fund, my understanding of the ballot was that was in perpetuity.
Oh, absolutely, but
And
then we changed it.
Changed it to the open space fund. I don't remember if that division to the half
Set
cent
period
was.
of time,
I thought there was a time limit on the half cent.
like a 10-year maybe, or something like that.
It was time limited. but-
Yeah, it was with the same time as the note repayment that it needed to be spent in a certain amount of time. Is it 10?
It's either 10 years or the financial equivalent of 10 years, which
Right.
might be a slightly different thing.
Yeah.
But this fund would it be eligible to use costs for conservation easements in any of city lands from this fund?
I'm gonna look at Paul for that.
From the half of it that is not for maintenance, yes, it is either the acquisition of or conservation
Oh,
of.
but not this one, not this half. No.
Right, this has to go towards the projects
not-
on that
it's not considered
priority
maintenance.
list.
But there's a huge list of projects. This doesn't.
Right, because the
I mean,
list
this
on the
might be
maintenance
Red
is
Rock.
specific
This
to,
would go to Red
there was
Rocks.
there was a sheet that went with it of the types of projects, and it's specifically at Red Rocks, Wheeler, and Hubbard only.
That came out of the open space task force. But
But once a conservation easement is put on a property, there are some ongoing maintenance costs, right?
Right, and that's 5% of the annual
Okay.
revenue can be put to any maintenance. And the half cent there is for these three places only, Red Rocks, Wheeler, and Hubbard. That was what was given to the voters and then approved by the voters for this 10-year period.
And our CIP will show how we'll look at using that 5%.
That isn't enough to do what we, if that isn't enough to do all the planning, as I recall, what we identified as needs at Red Rock and Hubbard and Wheeler, correct?
That's what this is allowed to be used for.
Yes, I
And
know it's allowed to be used for, but
with the changes at Hubbard, there is a lot more funding availability.
okay.
Because if that were to be used towards everything that was shown in the visioning in 2015 and the 2018 master plan, that's a much more expensive project.
Yeah. But I'm just recalling the Red Rocks dollar figures, because that was redoing the boathouse, the bathhouse, right?
That is that comes out of a different
Source.
source.
Different source. Oh, 'cause that was huge. I mean, that was a lot, several $100,000.
I wouldn't mind at some point just going over that $2,000 item. We don't have to do it now, but the way I read it, it says to allocate not more than 50% of the open space fund to repayment of the debt. I don't quite see the rigidness of the division you're articulating.
It happens in 3 different ballot
Oh, is
items.
that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cause I spent probably like
Okay.
3 or 4 hours one day reading it and like calling other people into my office, like,
Okay.
is this how you read it too? So looking at the CIP here, sorry, that's okay. So in FY25, the goal is to be completing the construction on the Red Rocks improvements, which would occur as 2 separate projects. One is primarily at the beach for that outfall and formalizing a trail, and the rest are the spot improvements of erosion and stormwater throughout the area, and the Hubbard Path project. And like I had mentioned, the costs are gonna be a lot lower than what you've seen in previous CIPs. Scaling that back to just the path and parking lot and some of the other pieces there.
Does the tree management include removing a buckthorn? No, that's.
So yeah, so tree management is like a big term. And so what we plan to do, because so many things are just beyond the capacity of our lone arborist to go out and take care of things. That over the next 4 years to tackle 4 different areas. So, and some of the areas of the Spear Street and the paths along 189, the paths kind of surrounding Samansky, the ones in Farrell, and I forget what the last one is. But to kind of take on each one of those sections, 1 per year for the next 4 years to catch up on a lot of those things where like buckthorn have really overgrown or dead trees have become a safety risk, to catch up so that then we can move more into a typical maintenance program.
Is that something we'd look for resident volunteers to help with?
Not with the scale it has gotten to. Some of them are gonna be really big.
Need a lot of mechanization for buckthorn because it's really hard to cut.
Yeah, and you have to go back 3 times. I mean, it isn't just a one cut.
Yeah,
No, but.
Because there have
I
been
mean,
things like the Weed Warrior program.
Right, I know sometimes you cut and then you have to go to each one and either bag it or put, you know. I mean, there's-
Okay, I just want to remind everyone, we're supposed to be almost done. I've been, you know, worse than anyone else in interrupting with questions. So maybe some of our questions, though, including some of my own, are probably more focused or appropriately addressed under the discussion part. So maybe we.
So I have one last slide. So in our emerging issues here, talking about conservation, there's a lot of balance that needs to go on. The city plan looking to maintain 51% as conserved and open space, and still making sure we have certain needs being met around if it's a path connection or a future water line going into a development, to make sure that we can really meet all of those needs and meet those goals. And a big thing, and you'll hear more about it from Adam in Rec and Parks, is that we'll be developing a parks master plan and an open space master plan to help guide that next round of priority projects.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Oh, we need that.
You want 5 minutes?
We did
Limit it to 5 though.
we took our break early
I'll
too.
set my timer. Be quick. Don't do that. 5 minutes, so make it quick.
So
Good question.
that's the, I was texting about how much to pursue that. You guys are so engaged.
Just because they've been amended in various ways, and to take out the note and how the payment
Yeah, so
works
right.
instead of just like.
That one's a little.
Yes.
They wanted to have a money as much as they wanted.
Yeah.
Not
Already doesn't possibly.
Takes away.
Yeah.
Okay. Hopefully it won't go off again. Sometimes that happens. Alright. So who's up next? Community services, Parks, Rec, and the library.
I was rewriting, so I pulled up my family, they all went, sorry. So they're coming home. You might go up.
One of our daughters is coming. Actually,
It's cool because like, you know, it's all on these.
I wish I could.
It's getting harder and harder. Thank you.
It's insane.
Oh, yes.
I had the shoe version of that happen the other day, which is the worst when you're wearing like boots with a bus. And my hose got stuck and I was like, well, my legs are crossed forever now.
Jason's also.
My grandson is 7, he just turned 7, and his little sister. 21? Okay, so is library or Parks and Rec going first? Doesn't
They're
matter
the
to me.
same.
Or they're the same, but you do a joint tag
Doing
team thing?
joint-
Great, okay. So reading, I guess, is now a sport, right?
Well, yeah, this was my,
Yes.
in the intent to actually be efficient with time this morning, which we've sort of done. I asked Jennifer and Adam to do a joint community services presentation. They are doing amazing work partnering on how to serve all of our residents across the 2 service areas. So they put together this great presentation.
Sure. So yeah, it's a bit of a hybrid presentation here. There's a couple slides where we do kind of join together and we also dive into each individual. So the first slide shows some of the joint successes that we had, which just is in regards to providing services to more residents in the community. With the recreation and parks, that goes into the programs and the events that we do throughout the course of the year. I didn't go past or further back than 2022 because you start to get into COVID, which greatly impacted the amount of events. So it's the numbers there. But the differences between 22 and 2023, community events in 22, we had 22, that increased to 34 last year. Community programs, we had 16 in 22, that increased to 36 last year. Of the programs, there's multiple sessions that go into each of them. The sessions went up from 61 programmable sessions up to 256 this past year, and that's things like basketball, soccer, lacrosse, swimming, for example.
And on the library side, that slide is only referring to the number of items that are checked out from the library for those years. And I took COVID out as well, the primary 2 years for COVID. But it also is kind of a symbolic of all of the services which are all being used more. So our number of visits is up. Our number of programs is up, our number of program attendees is up. We have almost 100,000 visits in 2023 and almost 10,000 attendees at programs. So everything's going up, and this is just one example.
So with the successes, now we're going to dive kind of more into the Recs and Park department here. So a few of these successes you'll see in the other presentations. It just shows kind of the cross collaboration when it comes to projects that are done in the Recreation and Parks department. Obviously, one of the big first ones there is the court refurbishment at Samansky Park, opening up those pickleball courts when it comes to the demand and interest that we've had there. Tom mentioned earlier the opening of the Wheeler Dog Park, providing more opportunity, space, and services for dogs in the area. Illuminate Vermont, this is the rec plays a small role in this. This is an event that takes place that it's all different areas of the departments here, as well as externally with sponsors and volunteers. And then one of the other areas too that I also wanted to kind of mention that highlights is the senior center. A lot of times people, when they think of recreation and parks, you think of the physical locations, whether it's Veterans Memorial, JC Park, Barrel Park, et cetera, or the youth programming when it comes to youth baseball, youth soccer, et cetera. But the senior center is a huge arm of ours, makes a gigantic impact in the community. For example, the meals that we served in 2022, we increased from just over 1,500 meals that year to 2023. We served over 2,200 meals out of the service center, and the hours programmed in the service or in the senior center increased to over 1,800 hours that we had last year. Who makes up the department? So there's 4 of us currently. I just started here the other month. We have Rebecca, who has been here since the senior center opened. She's our senior and adult specialist. We have Travis, who's worn a handful of hats within the department. He oversees operations and events. And then we also have Brett Leonard, who's been here since 2015, who oversees a lot of our programming as well as our event side of things. We do have one vacant open position to help with our youth programming as well as expanding onto our events. Listed out the mission there, but at the end of the day, I think the department plays a unique role, especially in like current day and age when people are becoming more and more connected through their phones, social media, in that regard, but are becoming more and more disconnected with actually interacting with your neighbors and the community. So it's through our events that we play a unique opportunity to kind of thread everyone together, whether it's neighbors from their local community, whether it's neighbors from across town through our events, whether it's kids who go to Orchard School interacting with kids who go to Chamberlain before they go up to Tuttle. There's a lot of creative ways that we can do that here. The budget, I'll hit on the capital items that's listed out there in the 100,000 increase on the next slide. But a few of the other increases that we have are $5,000 towards special events. That's allocated with the assumption of a full staff being able to expand our special events. What is unique about this, obviously it's an expense increase, but by doing more special events, there's actually increases in revenue opportunities. That is the one area with recreation that we do have some revenue generating sides of it when it comes to sponsorships. So the more events that we do, the larger opportunity there is to get the money from outside companies to help increase money allocated to other programs. Youth programming, obviously, as the city continues to grow and develop here, it will be expanding our youth programs and what we have to offer. And this $10,000 increase goes towards helping alleviate some of the staff setup by utilizing paid seasonal staff to help run some of those youth programs that we have. Also in the budget for this upcoming year is money allocated towards CityPlan action number 87, which is helping to develop a parks master plan. We will help guide kind of our plans going forward when it comes to the utilization and how we see our parks, just short term, but long term.
Hey, guys, the new guy is specifically referencing the action items in the city plan. Awesome. Paul, I think you owe him some extra credit or something.
So kind of jumping into the capital improvement plan, so this is what we have listed out for the rec and parks here. As I just mentioned, we have money allocated towards the parks master plan, both in 25, as well as money allocated in 26 for that. Veterans Memorial Park, multi-use field as well as storage. This is a 2-year project, which we have money allocated for. It goes towards permitting and planning in 2025 with the idea of creating a new multi-use field at Veterans Memorial Park, which will help alleviate some of the use and demand currently when it comes to the soccer and lacrosse fields. And then looking future years down the road, it would also allow us to kind of rotate out of field so that we have time for service and repairs during the course of the season. Veterans.
I was just curious if that, does that construction include a resolution of needing space that we were using in the our old city hall, 577? Or is that a different?
Yeah, so the storage, so that is part of it. With the storage element, we do need storage because we are going to be getting out of that location. And with that, we need to have
And is that what that money is for?
the storage.
In 26, I guess it is,
Yeah, in 25.
or 25, okay, good.
There's a design and construction element there. Where does it go?
So the baseball field refurbishment, this is obviously an issue at Veterans Memorial that everyone is aware of when it comes to the drainage situation that we have there. And obviously it was highlighted even more this past summer with all of the rain and weather that we got. This is also a multi-year project, installing drainage around the baseball field areas in 25. And then expanding that out into the soccer and lacrosse field areas in 26. This will allow us to, the amount of time which fields had to be closed off this past summer just due to the lack of drainage. This would help alleviate those issues there. A few of the other kind of ones just to kind of highlight and bring out the dugout replacement. That's just kind of a continued project which had money allocated in 24 this current year to continue status of replacing dugouts throughout the community. Bleachers, the same setup. There's money allocated this year 4 sets of bleachers, and it's just continuing that process going forward. And then on the bottom, with regards to the fleet, so currently the Rec and Parks Department gets hand-me-down vehicles from the Department of Public Works. And this is starting to build a reserve fund so that down the road we're able to purchase our own vehicles, and then that would prevent the maintenance, constant upkeep expenses that we have going currently. Emerging issues, I'll hit on a few of these. Obviously,
Before we get there,
Sorry,
were any of these items or some of these items in the request by Parks and Recs to be funded by ARPA, or are those different items? I know that Parks and Recs had a bunch of maintenance things, something like.
They're not the ballpark is gonna do.
so in parentheses is where the money's allocated. Let's see, so
The first one is not the ballpark.
Right, but they had requests to fund, I thought the baseball field was in their ARPA request. I'm just trying to understand, are we already satisfying those requests that they made for these different items?
I don't think we've done that crosswalk back to that request. That was a request from November 2022. I'm not sure if we've
Well,
done
we
that.
talked about it at the city council a couple months ago, is allocating some of the ARPA toward their
Yeah,
requests.
yeah, I don't think we've done that crosswalk with them.
the emerging issues, obviously, with the parks master plan. Once that rolls out, the impact that will have, and then also providing the resources and the funding to kind of act on that plan. What is provided in that report. Continually looking to distribute our resources appropriate to the surrounding areas. Limiting any barriers that we have when it comes to transportation for people to participate both in our programs as well as our events. Financial and time restraint is a big issue that we also have. And then continuing to balance both the developed side of things as well as the undeveloped side of things. As the community grows and the high density housing is a large part of that. People will continue to have a lack of space in their own home locations when it comes to opportunities to have active recreation. So there will be a higher demand on our parks in that sense. And then one of the big things, it's hardly an emerging issue, but one that's been on the radar for a long time and will continue to be, is the indoor programmable space. Currently, we lack scheduling control when it comes to our own programs. And we turn into a seasonal, not that we're not doing things year round, but we're a very, very heavy seasonal Parks and Rec department where all of our events get thrown into a 4-month window when water works, and a lot of our programming does as well, just because we don't have the control when it comes to the scheduling of the school, or we get second tier times, and then it also has additional costs for us on that.
Library. So some of this is reiterating again that we are consistently growing in all areas that matter as far as serving more residents, serving residents more fully. These are just some examples, and I think the library programs being up 36% to serve almost 10,000 visitors is really important, and that runs the gamut from book groups to English as a second language meetings to climate change lectures and upcoming book groups, hosted events around race and revolution. I mean, and then story times, we have a number there that's specific to them. So just a reminder that it really is across the board that we're really trying to make sure that we are providing information and social interaction and entertainment across the board to residents. And also a reminder that it's not just our residents who are attending, that we do have people from towns all around who are also coming on a regular basis to the library. The final item on that list is about our library of things. And if you haven't used anything from the library of things yet, don't hesitate. I personally just checked out 2 ukuleles because my family decided it would be fun to try to learn some holiday songs and sing with ukuleles. But there are lots of other possibilities. If you have old film that you want to review from your grandparents or your parents' time and you don't have a way to do that, we have a projector, we have a slide projector, we have gardening tools, various bits of tech that you might need, bicycle pumps. We've had some kids, a particular kid from up the street in the apartments there, who he and his friends are all out on their bicycles, and so they can't check them out themselves, but they come into the library and we get out the bike repair kit and the bike pump so that they can take care of their things here in the library, because at this stage we're asking that adults be the people who are checking out materials from that collection. So that's going to be an ever-growing collection. You'll be seeing that in future budget requests, but I don't think it made it onto this particular one. So it's just something to be aware of. Yeah. Next.
Do you have a VCR?
It's funny, that was just on Front Porch Forum, and one of the things that I look for on Front Porch Forum is when people need things that we might have. In that case, we don't have one, but I reached out to the woman and said, when you find one and you're finished with it, if you wouldn't mind donating it to us, that would be really useful. Yeah. Yeah.
There's some input too, it's invasive.
I know, I've got about 10 myself waiting.
This big one.
So the library, we have 22 staff now, 9 of them are full-time. There are, I'm administration, and there are 3 other staff who are supervisors. The 4 of us make up the library's leadership team, and that's the supervisor of the children's services, adult services, and the circulation department. So that's who makes us up. We just had our staff picture taken, but not in time to get it into the lounge yet. So the changes, the items in the budget that seem to be notable is that one is that we have this increase in revenue from meeting room use. And I mentioned that first because it directly relates to the next item, which is that we are requesting a 19-hour position. And in part, in large part, it's because of our success in reserving the meeting room. So we've had, in 2023, the rooms were reserved 922 times, and that doesn't include for City Hall or any other departments, any library or city use. So this is just the public. And we continue to look for online solutions and other solutions to make this a more streamlined process. We compare to how Andrea does it too, because we want to make sure we're being effective and efficient. But the process of accepting all those applications and then responding and then answering questions and then taking money ends up taking a lot more time than we have. So that is a big part of the reason why we're asking for that additional position. The other piece to that, as far as the floater, is that we have substitutes. And what we're finding is that the supervisors need some time every week where they can really focus on their administrative duties. And if we can have a floater who is there on a regular basis who really knows how things works, the subs come in and they fill in when they can, but they're not there regularly enough to maybe maintain a high level of knowledge of each of the desks and what they do. So that person would also be that floater role that can go on a regular basis to the desks to cover for administrators to be able to handle their work as well.
Within their part-time hours.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then finally, it is just that online and print resources are going to continue to go up. They're going to continue to be popular. The chart there, oh no, the chart there is about room reservations. If you use ebooks or e-audiobooks through Libby, they're growing exponentially. We've recently added some additional movies, Tim, to the Canopy line, so that we're now buying a package so that as many people that want to watch them can without having to use their own tickets. So it's not a brilliant system, but the use of it keeps going up. So that's a line that just we really need to be increasing. And I think over time, we'll also be looking at, well, I think even in this budget, we're already looking at decreasing some of the video and books on CD budget with the plan that we will be moving away from those technologies into online resources pretty much 100%, but I don't know the time frame for that. So what I was just talking about as far as looking at collections and figuring out which way to go, and are we going to use online resources, that's number 2 there. That is also the place where we would think about how important is it to our community that we have some household items that that individuals living in apartments might not have room for. And so it's important that we have crutches and that we have loppers, because you really only need them a few times a year and you don't have any place to put them, and or you can't afford them. So all of that is on the second one. I think it's an ongoing process for all of us, that our community is more and more diverse, and that it is important for the library to be welcoming and inclusive, and that we are not just imagining what people need, but that we are also reaching out into the community to talk to people to find out what it is that they want from their library. For example, coming up soon, we are going to be starting a Mandarin conversation class, group, not a class, but a place for people who want to practice their Mandarin to come to the library and speak to each other. And that's something we've been, slowly but surely, we think we've got someone who wants to lead French, and then not so much, or Spanish, not so much. But I think that we are developing relationships in the community so that people really get it, that that's what we're here for. It kind of relates to affinity groups that Alana's been working on too. So we're kind of doing this in a parallel way with other departments. A lot more people going to be living in city center in walking distance to the library. And I want to just be aware that it's going to change things for the library as far as when are we there, how many of us need to be there to help people, and how does it influence story time. So if we have 2 toddler times now, and we have between 45 and 60 people at each one, and then we suddenly have families who are nearby and are bringing their kids to toddler time, okay, can't do anymore. 60 really is the max, because otherwise you're not having a positive experience and we're not modeling anything for parents. So it's one of those things to be aware of. And then the final line there, it kind of ties into what Steve and Sean were talking about, and that is that the library, as well as the building overall, is a place that we are seeing a lot of people who are underserved or have service needs, unmet social needs is what Sean said. And we're seeing them at the library, a lot of people on a daily basis. I think we have between 8 and 10 people right now who are at the library almost every day, all day.
Wow.
Different situations, and some people, we have no idea what their situations are, but there are many of them who actively require attention. And the thing to remember when we're looking at emerging issues is exactly as they were saying, even if we can help them and refer them to somebody else, that somebody else can't necessarily help them because there just aren't enough resources. So how does that all work? And that's much bigger than just the library. But for us, right now, we've had the privilege of having a social work intern at the library, which has been a wonderful experience. And it's really helped us kind of imagine what that might look like to have a social work professional perhaps working with the library, and having those collaborations is a national movement. There's more and more of that going on. Certainly we've talked to Fletcher Free, and they're certainly doing that kind of work as well.
Evelyn's downstairs right now.
She's good. You met her?
Yep.
Excellent, excellent. That's that. I think there's one. Oh, yeah.
I have one
Oh,
question.
sure.
Do you want to continue with your slides? I was just curious. We used to have the Blanchard Fund to buy books and so forth, and I believe that went to building the structure. So I'm just curious if the library board is working on developing a new endowment for books to help with, some of your emerging issues in terms of the format of things. And
So there is a library foundation and they do an annual appeal and sometimes help us with writing grants and things like that. Generally speaking, the foundation funds, I consider more capital. So, because we've never had a line for repairs or furnishings or anything like that. And that's what it was originally designed for. So that's generally what I think of. However, I have some discretionary funds, and if I need to use it that way, I can in small amounts, but there's no plan for like a standard, we're gonna augment the collection piece with them.
Okay, yeah, I was just curious.
Yeah.
Seems like it, I don't know, it's up and going and it's being used so much that there might be a receptiveness in the community to fund something like that.
Yeah. So I think when they do their appeal letter, they try to highlight certain things. And so that could be something that could be done in an appeal letter. And then when the appeal letter does talk about X, Y, or Z, then they try to make sure that money is available for X, Y, or Z.
Thank you.
Unrelated, I was also curious how much of the library's budget does come from the community outside of taxpayer dollars. I was also curious how much of the budget is funded from revenue that you collect from user services, and whether those services you think are right size, appropriately sized, how they compare to other library facilities.
So the revenue budget is 12,000. 1.16 million.
So we collect 12,000 for fees, whatever, copier, whatever that is. And how much comes from the community? No, I don't mean from the general fund. I mean, I know that I get appeals from,
Library Foundation?
yeah.
No, I don't think that is budgeted in the annual budget. We keep those funds separately, and when they do their appeal, like Jennifer said, they are
I'm just
for
curious how much, like, what's the
specific
size?
item, and they are spent within that
Yeah.
special fund. So they never actually touch the general fund.
No, I understand. I'm just
Yeah,
curious
yeah.
what the size
So
of that
it's-
community support is.
What is the foundation fund? What's the dollar figure that they've collected, I guess? Is that what you're
So
asking?
the foundation keeps their own bank.
Oh.
And then if I need something in particular, so yesterday I realized that the sun was coming into the circ desk so that everybody at the circ desk was doing this. And so I might need to buy new shades because I didn't put shades on those windows. So then I would approach the foundation and say, I need shades for $25,000. Can you do it? And we go from there. So generally, that's how that works. The money from the campaign, the annual appeal, I think comes to around between, it varies from year to year. So let's say an average of maybe 15,000, and I usually get that to spend as.
The 12,000 fees again, do we think that's kind of right sized, and I have no idea, and I don't, by asking the question, I don't mean to imply it's not, it's just a question, in terms of what we charge people for rooms or for copying or all those things that we provide.
$4,000 increase from last year. Yeah.
So, and I haven't ever looked at it as far as how other libraries, what they bring in. If that's something that you want me to look into, I'm happy to do that and send you all that information later today.
I'd be curious.
I think, it's interesting, there are different pieces of it. So when you think about copiers, you mentioned copiers. And so one of the trends about copiers is the same as it was a few years ago about fees for late books. And there's a piece of, well, we want to be equitable and we want people to be able to do the business they have to do. And so do we stop charging for copies? Do we reduce the amount that we charge for copies because because the library is a place where people are sometimes need to make copies and they can't afford them. So, there's always that conversation, and I think that's nationally that conversation is happening. And the rooms, we certainly talk within the city as, like third floor rooms versus second floor rooms. We have a slightly different fee system because as a public library, the Board of Trustees recommended that we have 2 free hours for individuals and nonprofits because we want the library to be accessible and equal, equitable for everybody. So we're always balancing out those issues. That doesn't answer your question as far as dollars and cents, but it's kind of it's interesting information, I think, but I'm happy to find out the others. Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
We have our final slide.
Final slide, whoops.
Sorry. You guys really should click your own slides.
Yeah, so the final.
Joint emerging issues.
Joint emerging issues kind of hit off of what Sean said earlier when it comes to any of the service industries. Obviously, as the developments around here or high density housing continues to grow, it's very impact different than the regular neighborhood developments of the past, whether it's through our physical resources, but also expanding the programs that we have. Both our staff and funding will have to relate to that as well.
Okay. And wrapping it up, general government.
So as I pull up this one, I am gonna try and fly through this one a little because I would like to give you at least 45 minutes for your own conversation. I will bribe you by saying that before we go to lunch, Andy is gonna have holiday presents for you. Okay. So I'm going to start this, but may ask other people, Paul and Alana, be ready to jump in. Like this. So general government, you've seen this before. So we have 33 employees who provide kind of backbone support to the city. This is your, core legal IT, pretty much everybody on this side of the room and Greg falls into this budget, 30 plus their staff, so about 33 other folks. We have had some pretty significant, I would argue, successes in the last year. One, we have had a fair amount of staff turnover. FY23 marks my second year here in the city, and often during those kind of leadership transitions, you see a lot of staff turnover. We definitely saw that in FY23 and continue to see that in FY24, but have been able to bring in amazing new talent to our city. Our general government focus is also really around modernizing our systems and improving, updating policies, implementing Office 365 and Exchange, and several other efforts that you have all heard me talk about. In FY23, we were really pleased, thanks to Martha and her team, to receive another clean audit and receive strong support from the community for all 3 of our town meeting day votes last year. I'd copied this little chart image from Tom, so thank you, Tom, for that, to give you some of this quick quantitative data on quantity of support we provide. Paul, can you want to put up the next view?
Sure. So on the left side of the screen, a couple of handful of the highlight projects that our development review team was looking at this year, this past year. Everything that you're seeing out the window from this building, O'Brien Eastview neighborhood, the O'Brien outpatient, the UVMMC outpatient facility that has not broken ground yet, but we're working towards the next projects. That has been approved on Tilly Drive, the Beta Aircraft Next building, which is their hangar, and of course the OnLogic headquarters that are wrapping up their construction now. You see on the right-hand side, a lot of residential units received permits this past year. So this is construction permits now on the right-hand side. A big chunk of those, almost all of the administrative ones in terms of new units, are in the city center area because that's where it's administrative approval. So that's a big chunk that are under construction right now.
What is the bottom one? Is it new?
New lots. So,
Lots.
so
Oh,
a
okay.
parcel was divided,
Yep, yep.
a big
I
chunk of
just
those
couldn't
are
read.
in O'Brien and Eastfield. And then on the next slide, you've heard from multiple folks here about how our community is transitioning. So on the right-hand side, you see those two charts. The red is the proportion of single-family homes as a total of all of our housing units in the city, and the blue is multifamily, which is sort of 3 or more homes in a structure. And so we are about to see the point where these two cross one another and we become a majority multifamily home community. And that's a substantial departure. That chart starts in the year 2000 when we were about 2/3 single family homes. So in one generation, we've gone from 2/3 to less than half. And then on the left-hand side is each year the construction permits issued. The blue again is the multifamily, so you can see why it is that that is taking over. The last couple, 3 years have been a big, city center is a big chunk of that, not all of it, but it's a big chunk of it. And it's a portion of that is a little bit of residual that didn't happen in the 2 years before that from the pandemic. So there's a little bit of pent up demand. You see the chart tends to go up and down a little bit. So those are my couple of highlights.
Over 800 units in the past 2 years.
Yes.
Do you have that broken out owned versus condo or condo versus rental?
No, it's not something that we track. So, yeah. That's what I've got on that slide. And then just a couple of data points quickly on the climate action plan. You will have in your Monday packet on your agenda the annual sustainability report. So I won't spend a ton of time on this today. But a couple of just quick data points. The council adopted 2 ordinances in the last year, one on carbon-free heating and the other carbon-free or renewable heating, and the other being on solar PV. These take a little bit of time for new projects to be affected by these based on the effective dates and when projects are due. But in terms of construction permits, we've seen 15 dwelling units so far being required to meet the carbon-free heating / renewable heating ordinance, and 9 multifamilies. And then on the solar PV, we have, that only applies to multifamily, and we've had 196 dwelling units and 32,000 square feet of space that is subject to that so far.
So just curious, Paul, so the 400 or so added in 23, because that ordinance came into effect at the beginning of this year.
Are you speaking about the solar or the carbon-free?
The carbon-free.
Yeah, so it took effect on February 15th for any application submitted to the fire prevention team on or after that date took effect. So the projects that you're seeing under construction immediately next to us and then across the street were both submitted complete applications before that date. So that's why those don't show up in there. One of them, though, the 196 units, the date of the effectiveness was a different one. So the south side buildings, those will have the solar PV because that was the zoning permit was the trigger point, not the fire prevention permit. So that's why it's shaped that way.
Just curious, the O'Brien development, that's all electric, was that they volunteered to do that?
Right, so I didn't include that because they weren't required to, they chose to. Right, so we could reach out to them and learn a little bit more about what their numbers are as to what has been
No, I'm just
accomplished.
curious if they-
Because that is an important data point about who's done what, but we wanted to stick for this to what was required.
So FY23 was a pretty amazing year in terms of the TIP district. We received a clean 10-year audit, which is something we had been not public, but in terms of something visible to the public in a big way, but something that we have been very concerned about for a long time. So we're very, all of the hard work towards that did pay off. The TIP district grand list grew by 7.67%. And one of the things to remember with the TIP district is that the grand list is for the prior year. So there's a bit of a lag. And so a lot of that growth was actually occurring earlier in So later, so different from the permits, the growth, the grand list actually grows, you know, a year and a half to 2 years after the permit is issued. So we're still seeing the effect of COVID in the grand list, and we expect to see it grow further, obviously next year. But we do have concerns about it growing in future years, and so that will be an emerging issue. The walk bike bridge concept was approved with a lot of public outreach, and the design team went right to work on that concept. And by the end of FY23, the 60% preliminary plans were completed. We're now well beyond that and into final design. And then Illuminate Vermont, I think, was a huge joint department effort, but I do have to give a big hand to Beck. I don't think they had a small part and a really big part in it, so along with many others. And just had a, you know, great attendance for a first time event. And what can be a very scary event because it happened in the winter time. And I know many of you volunteered, and I think one of the things that made the event feel like a real community event was having all of you and other members of the community welcome people to the event, and that made it feel very homey, even though it was a huge event. So thank you. So this is just a chart showing the grand list and as well as the increment that is being received, and you can see it's sort of flattening off a little. We expect it to get steep again, but we'll need to keep on the pressure in order to keep that growing in the right direction. Growing at the right angle. We know it'll grow, but we want it to be at a nice angle moving forward. So I'm open.
Maybe want to go read these three?
Some of our successes in facilities this year is we worked and acted as the GC for the Dorset Park Veterans bathrooms. We also took one of our spaces that was vacated over at 19 Gregory and renovated and leased it to Chittenden Solid Waste District. And then also we had an incident with the 375 pump station, which a car took out the generator. And we acted as the GC there, also overseeing the implementation of the redesign, well, not redesign per se, but the rebuild of it. And we added a much larger generator. Fun fact there, 70% of the sewage in the city flows through that one pump station.
Wow. 70%, wow.
Yeah.
I worked very closely to that building, so yes, it smells really good.
Yeah, right.
Beautiful design.
It is. I'm glad it got retained.
Yes. So just a few highlights in our areas budget needs. You've heard me talk about a lot of these already. Investing, again, continuing this modernization trend, investing in new finance systems, and making sure we have a little funding set aside for the city plan implementation. GMT is seeing a 10.5% increase in their allocation or request to municipalities, so that's included. We anticipate that that may increase in future years as services increase to South Burlington as well. And then funding for city center vibrancies through Illuminate Vermont, starting a downtown association, and through City Center Reserve Fund. And then, of course, there is the climate action investment. So I've included these slides here mostly as a reference to you all. You've heard us talk about these a number of times now. The point we really wanted to make here is with the $600,000 that we're proposing for the climate action budget this year, that is a very small percent compared to what we will need in future fiscal years to fully realize the climate action plan goals. So that's separated across transportation and government operations. Government operations will need that $600,000 annually through FY30. I'm sure we will talk more about this. And then finally, on our emerging issues, again, you heard me talk about this at the overall budget presentation. We're tracking standing up a parking fund. We are actually, Alana and I are in the process of bringing on a consultant to help us model that out over time. Stay up a rental registry, finding funding as we figure out other staffing for climate action for the building and thermal section. Understanding what the transition of ownership at Dorset Street will look like, and then obviously our collective bargaining contracts. That was a speed version. Questions about general government? And if not, I would love to have staff. Great job, you all. Thank you very, very much. Thank you to the 5 of you for staying so engaged and asking great questions. It's really our honor to be able to share with you kind of the overall operations of the city. And with that, I would turn it over to you all for some questions. I think we're, again, happy to answer any operational questions or content questions. But this is really the time for you all to have your conversation about how you would like to move forward to make this budget your own, and to request any additional information, scoping, scenario building you need from us.
Okay, the first one, follow-up questions from the presentations. There probably aren't any. We asked a lot. You have one, okay.
So Jesse, I know that in this year's budget, there's about 600,000 for climate action items. They look to me like, I guess, maybe more one-time things, charging, windows, things that you said, that that would be recurring items, because you view these items kind of like climate action maintenance. Like, how do you think about the 600,000 recurring in relation to the items that are on the page?
So how I think about it, go back here for a second. Sorry. So how to fully achieve the climate action goals, we need much more than just the one time. We're going to need one-time things for the next 7 years, right? So right now we are just making one-time requests to modernize or to either buy EV or electric versions of a very small portion of our fleet, for example, to replace windows in a very small portion of our facilities. So to do that, to meet our climate change goals as a government, for example, just our organization, we're going to have to do that annually for several years to fully electrify our fleet, to fully weatherize our buildings, things like that. So while they are one-time costs, they are one-time costs that we need to continue for a significant period of time. Erica or Tom or Paul, anything else you want to say about that? Right. So if you think about our whole fleet is 60 vehicles, 70 vehicles. We're not going to electrify those all in one year, right? We're going as we come to a replacement schedule.
We might not electrify all of them, period, right?
Well, that's for you all to decide at what rate we do that.
Just might not.
It also might not be an incremental cost, right? If the vehicle has to be replaced with the credits and with the price of EVs, covering the parity, particularly when you account for maintenance and refueling is cheaper, electricity is cheaper than gas. It might not be a cost.
Yep. We'll know much more once we start doing it.
Yeah. We're going hybrid, that's a start.
Yeah, and are you replacing those vehicles based on, this is an outgoing vehicle, so we need to replace it? We're not replacing.
So the way the government operations plan has been built is to try and get, as you remember from Lou's presentation, we actually, with what we know to be possible right now, will not meet our 2030 goals if fully funded because of the technology coming online for like electric fire trucks, for example, which doesn't exist yet. What we have tried to do is get very close to that model with replacing in the regular replacement cycle, and in a few places speeding that up to try and get closer to our goal. But year to year through FY30 or whenever we're able to achieve that goal, that's a policy budget conversation that you all will have to have. I mean, in theory, you could say, we're going to spend $20 million in 1 year and electrify full fleet. That's a terrible idea because of the kind of radio conversation we had earlier. They'll all come up for renewal in the
Right.
future.
Right.
But right now, we're more or less sticking to the replacement cycle. We can't fully do that because our replacement cycle is longer than the 2030 goal cycle.
Okay. Other questions?
How can we get biodiesel into Vermont? I hear that there just really isn't any. And is that something that the state is going to work on? Because that gives us a path to reduce greenhouse gases from all diesel trucks and large equipment. And I just don't have an answer for that, so we don't have to talk about it, but just.
No idea.
Okay, other questions? All right, well, go ahead, yeah.
I mean, I don't know, we're gonna be, is this the end of our conversation? We seeing other
No,
questions?
we're gonna talk about what's missing, what
We're gonna move on
additional
to
pieces.
discussion.
Oh, okay, very good. All right, what are our emerging issues?
Okay,
These are just questions from the presentation.
sorry,
But we have so many going along that I
Okay.
didn't think there'd be too many. Okay, so let's go to the second one. What are we missing?
Okay, I think that to ask for a double-digit increase is gonna be really tough without going to the voters and asking about maybe specific pieces. Just like we had the penny for paths, that we had the voters overwhelmingly approved, and then we can celebrate that. The owners own, the voters own it, right? And I think that asking for 11% increase,
Where's the limit? Well, there's
That's
5 and
for-
8, right? It was 5 and change. and-
4.5 with 3.2, 3.6 for climate, which brings you to 8.2.
Yeah.
all right,
On this one.
Yeah.
okay.
The 8.2 versus 5 point, what was the one without?
4.8.
4.8.
Okay, so
4.58, this chart.
yeah, okay. Well, Yeah.
Close. but-
yeah, all right. So we're really gonna be asking them for just over 8%. Is that what's gonna be going to happen? Okay.
I mean,
Well,
that's
they just
your
wanted this
decision.
proposal.
Right.
Yeah, we tried to be responsive to put together a budget that could meet operational needs and fund your policy priorities. It's your decision. What if that you keep what you reallocate somewhere else?
All right. And I still come to the, thinking about it in longer years where you said this is a smaller increase as opposed to next year's increase. And I want us to be really, really mindful about making sure that this is not just our budget, but it's actually the voters' budget. And so that's just something that kind of creeps in my mind. I don't want us to be in for, unwelcome surprises. And really making sure that people can come along with us. So that's just the one thing that's kind of tugging at me. Yeah, and so really that conversation with the voters, which goes through the ballot box quite regularly, is something that we might consider going forward, looking at the fleet, for instance, getting through the 60 to 70 vehicles, just as an example. Can we go to the voters and say, we're looking at some major expenses going forward to meet our climate action goals, and we want to make sure, that you're on board with this. Would you be willing to, perhaps as a
penny for
council, something like that, right, where
thought
we
you were
would,
gonna hit it.
yes, exactly.
The
The
climate
fleet
change.
won't actually be a tremendous cost, but there's certain other.
I'm
there
just
certainly are other
pulling it
things
out
that-
of the air.
Yeah. No,
I
Look, I
love
mean,
that.
the park and ride and some of the other transportation, there's just are things that probably, are nice and discreet and the voters could be asked to use.
Yeah.
Makes sense for the city.
Yeah, I really encourage us to think about that.
Yeah.
Does the school board have a preliminary budget yet with their own increased figures?
They.
Has anybody seen it?
The preliminary? No, we're gonna see that in January at our steering committee.
It was in the other paper yesterday.
There was a good article in the paper about it yesterday.
18.5% increase.
It was
That's the December 1st letter
Sorry.
With 14%.
14%.
Okay, we're gonna be cheap by.
That's right. Just about
30%
half,
of it,
40%.
we're 40% of the total
Yeah,
25.
tax, 25%.
but.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's my fear is that we are in, well, unless the state comes up with some magic, right,
Uh-huh.
we're in the first ARPA deprived education budget cycle, right? With the state.
Yeah, I think they've spent all their,
They spent it all.
theirs was like SSR or something.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, sir. Yeah, ESS.
I think the other part of our discussion is some of the surplus funds in the ARPA, whether any of those can be directed to the to the proposed budget. I'm not sure how to proceed on that, but having given some thought to that.
In terms of successfully reducing our total 8.2 to.
I think it's really,
1% is 400,000, is that right? And that's one penny.
I think it's really a great idea to present to the voters the list of climate action items that are in the budget and what they cost. I agree that somehow the message has to get out that it's not this budget or this budget, but this budget includes these.
It's ongoing.
They're not amenities, they're requirements to combat climate change from the city side.
Well, just to, you mean to better inform the public that the operating expenses for the city include some operational costs for climate change. And then there's other climate change costs that we potentially use with ARPA or
Well, I haven't.
or not. I mean, or is that, does that lead to, we probably need a penny for the environment?
Or more.
Well, I know you don't like it. It's just, it's like,
Reacting to
you know, there's a lot of
Yeah.
costs up there. So how do you, I don't know how you mean you wanna convey that information to the public.
So actually, there's two thoughts. So the surplus monies, we should look at
Mhm.
and decide on how much should be used in the next year's budget. And then the message for supporting the climate action budget.
Mhm.
It's two different thoughts.
Yeah.
Not seeing them combined.
Okay.
It's two
So if you use all that surplus in ARPA, you could reduce the total. But we need to explain that a certain amount of it you'll see next year.
It's a bridge. It's a free bridge. Not
Yeah,
that bridge.
we've been bridging
Yeah.
a lot of things with ARPA money. Yes, I mean, we're in the third year of the bridge or the second year, we have one more to go.
One fiscal year too.
So this is the year to actually apply that surplus to items in the budget.
Unless the next year is when it really, doubles that increase. I mean, that's what I was seeing in those numbers is
Unless
that,
you,
yeah, go ahead.
unless you identify one-time sources you're gonna put the money to, you're just kicking the can down to a
Down the
larger
road.
increase next year. You
Right.
can double it next year.
Right. So we have to think carefully about how to use those funds. Yeah.
You're gonna want to show the voters that these are the allocations that are dedicated to climate action. You're gonna have to prove to them that they're gonna have returns on their investment.
Right.
If you can't show that, right, if if you're gonna get 70% of the cars, to be electric or high pluggable by 2035 or 23, whatever it is, which is unattainable anyway, right? You're gonna have to explain to them why that's a goal that you can't reach, but you want this money for it anyway, as one of the items. So, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
you've got some lofty goals. You're never gonna get there. We have to make progress. The question is, what's the ROI on the incremental money that we have to put in each year for that? And are they willing to stomach that?
Right. We really have to find a way to make sure that they're on board with it.
So do we have that data? I mean, can you make the case that we've done these things so far? And this has been the reduction in whatever. And then this new investment will reduce it a little bit more. So this is what we're quote investing in or buying. I don't know if we have that data. Lou had some, yeah. I mean, is that enough to convince them, do you think? Or
Can I go with this a slightly different way for this year? Just before, I just want to thank everyone. I thought this was incredibly comprehensive, thoughtful, detailed. I think we're really well served by this group, as Jesse has said. I was gonna suggest for this year that these climate action items, other than the staffing, which I think should be built into the budget, strike me as things which are really well suited for the opera dollars, and I think we've taken implicitly some things out of opera already. I think some of the rec and path stuff that we thought maybe would go in, I think is already paid for by the general fund. And I thought we also talked about putting a climate action person in opera from opera, but I agree general budget is probably the right place for it. So I was going to suggest, at least this year, that it's about 400,000 or so of items other than the staffing.
Yeah, the staffing is
being in the
190, it
opera
says.
Geography, and that will take pressure at least off of the having to explain. The numbers are not huge either. I think the numbers get much bigger next year, the year after, when we really might want to figure out how we fund it. But this year, having the opera and looking at these items, they seem really well positioned to be funded by opera to me. And I was going to suggest that.
Can I put my thumb on?
Sure.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
So for me, just to react to that a little, I kind of like that approach, building the staff into the budget and then using ARPA for other one time, because where I get nervous answering some of these questions is right now we have one 20-hour-a-week person who we've reassigned to work on this. I think there is a lot more data we could bring to the community. I think take a first year, learn some lessons, know better next year what the asks are going to be into those 6 years following. So I think talking about it to the public as this is the first implementation year of the climate action plan, and to do that, we're making small investments and using one-time dollars with the intention of bringing back bigger asks in future years, might be a really good way to frame that.
Great.
I like that idea.
The other two just geography things, the street light. We need the street light, the Market Heinsberg street light. We should do it. That one strikes me as something that's not really that appropriate for opera dollars. It's kind of like, BAU, the city needs to invest in this transportation infrastructure. And as we talked earlier, my own perspective, signal would that it probably should be funded from traffic impact fees or other fees that we collect. It's to facilitate all that development. It just doesn't strike me as something that's appropriate to be funded by opera. I'd love to see that back in the regular budget, honestly. I know that was pressure both directions.
Would you use surplus funds?
Well, I would for now
For
just say
that,
put it
potentially?
in the budget, right? And then my own perspective on surplus is as follows. I did some analysis, and thank you, Jesse, so much for this 5-year of data.
That was all Martha.
Okay, Martha, thank you. It was awesome. And I'm sorry, my computer just blanked, so I may not be doing this exactly right. But if I did this right, I think what it showed is that over this 5-year period, aggregate inflation on a compounded basis was like 18%. And I think it also showed, and again, my numbers may be a little wrong, but the true growth in the ground list, when you subtract out the revaluation, was about 10%. And maybe it's not exact. So I get that if our budget were flat, we would have grown our property tax, in real dollars, we would have grown our property tax revenue by about 28%, and we're a bit above that actually. We're about $750,000 above that, and the way I calculated it, I could be wrong, let's say rough numbers. I would love to use the surplus to fill that hole so we can say to voters, at least the municipal side, over the last 5 years, in real dollars, taking into account inflation and taking into account growth in grand list, we were flat. We've been very conservative, responsible governments. That's what I'd like to say.
So.
Take some of this, figure out what the difference is between what our property tax revenue would have been had we increased at inflation over 5 years. Had we, taken into account growth in grand list, what would have been, and with these adjustments we just talked about for certain geography, use the surplus to kind of fill that gap. I think it's about $500,000 gap to be able to say to voters, over 5 years in real terms, your municipal tax dollars have been flat.
But doesn't that negate the huge increase in healthcare
Well,
cost?
I mean, it means that we're running a really tight, good government, right? I mean, healthcare, I mean, you see, because healthcare went up faster than inflation?
Yeah,
Well,
sure
okay,
did.
So then in fiscal year 26, you're going to start with a deficit of 750,000? Is that what you mean? Use the surplus to fit,
Well,
to
we'll still have some of
offset
that
the property
surplus if
tax?
we don't spend it otherwise.
So are you saying basically use $750,000 to buy down the tax rate?
500, yeah.
So then so just for your awareness, that means that buy down exists into FY26 tax rate and FY2, you know, you're at some point you'd have to build out of that or cut services to build out of that.
It's a question of what you do with the surplus though, right? I mean, it should, you know, what's, and maybe this is an exceptional question that we all should have. Why it leads me to say we should buy down this year's tax rate is because the existence of the surplus in my mind means that in the past, we collected more tax revenue than we told voters we were gonna spend. And so what should we do with that excess revenue? At least a piece of it, I think, should go back to voters.
And just keep in mind that most of that surplus came from non-property.
No, I
taxes.
understand, but it just means that it just means the other one, I mean, but in total, right, we collected more than we thought we needed.
What I was saying, Larry, is most of that surplus is accounted for through revenue surpluses in local options tax and permit fees.
Right. Not property.
And sales.
Right.
Property tax bill doesn't reflect.
Andrew, how does that, your analysis, what does that have to do with the Heinsberg Road?
No, so the two separate, so just a couple of
Those two thoughts.
Right, I guess, I don't know, just to summarize my thoughts, I'd like to move some of the climate action stuff to opera. I'd like to move the street, like, this is just geography, back to the general fund. It just strikes me that's the right geography for those items. And then redetermine the budget, right, based upon those movements. And then independently, I would like to use some of the surplus to buy down the tax rate, because I think we owe that to the voters, because we've collected too much in the past. And I just think that would be a good message.
Yeah, but see, I would counter that we have collected more external taxes than, I mean, we never sort of separate and say, oh, we're using rooms and meals to pay for this. But that's where the excess receipts came in. And to then say, we'll make people whole by reducing their property taxes because more people bought meals and drinks in South Burlington and you know, bought goods.
Then we have pandemic 2.0.
Right. You know, the two are different to me. And
Yeah,
the
I
reason
do
we have
agree with
a
Helen.
surplus was not necessarily because we overestimated what we needed in property tax. We underestimated the growth in those two tax areas, which who would have thought that more people would be going out to dinner? I mean, I certainly didn't think that sales and stuff was gonna go up.
I mean, the way I think about that, I hear you saying to account for it is that and I'm not saying that we did anything wrong, but in perfect hindsight, if we had known what the actual revenue would have been for those items, we would have set the property tax rate low.
Well, and then there are the years where we overestimate rooms and meals, like during COVID, it was like, ooh, now we've got to rely more on the property tax. I go along with the reoccurring costs to government for the climate action, both in operations and transportation. It can be paid for by ARPA because they are one time and they're going to be reoccurring, but we don't know what those numbers are going to be exactly because they're pieces of things. But And I agree that the staffing, we absolutely need to put that in the general fund, ongoing operation budgets, because that is people to do the work we want to get done. And to be able to come back and say, you know, this is what I recommend for, I don't know, the Wheeler House to make it more energy efficient or whatever the issue is, another truck or a car. Or something. But I don't agree with using the operating funds to try to figure out how to return that to the public. I mean, I certainly support us using some of that to make sure we have a big enough reserve. I don't think we should get the reserve necessarily up to 16%. But there may be some other things that are one-time expenditures that are not climate action oriented. That we could use that. Or services. And you know, I think you can differentiate in with the public, so they kind of understand, okay, these are climate action things, and then these are whatever it is, you know, the bus for the library, you know, or whatever. So, I mean, I'm not, you know, we have a whole host of other things that people have identified as needs. So I guess I would go along with part of your recommendations, but I want to deal with the, I would like to deal with the surplus differently than using it to replace general funds for general government. That's my feeling.
Can I also add that part of the fund balance policy, so the surplus goes into the fund balance. We are now below the 16%, 16% is the recommended, 8% is the required. But I would also say that auditors will not recommend using fund balance to subsidize the budget or the tax revenue before we actually reach the recommended percentage. And the recommended, we are currently right now at 13%, but the recommended is 16%.
I thought we thought 16% was too much.
Not 25% is too much. 25% is what we could go to.
Oh, see, I guess I misunderstood. I thought
Enough
16 was like, whoa, that's, you don't need to go that high. It'd be great, but you don't need to.
Oh, well then, if that then changes, I thought 16 was the cap too. I didn't realize 25 was the cap.
Well, what are other people thinking?
It's too high,
What's too high?
8%.
Well, it's lower than 11. I came here thinking 11.
No. Your lucky day, huh?
The average voter, and I don't know who the average voter is. The average voter, I think, from the municipal side, wants government to be right-sized, to not be overfunded, to provide relevant services, to make sure the streets are drivable, right? Wants responsiveness to questions to the government, right? So people have to answer the phones, answer the questions. People want to feel like they're heard and that, you know, that their presence in the city is honored in some way. And, you know, in general, I think we fulfill all that. And just by virtue of everybody that's here, right? And that's a good thing. And so it's great when we have a right-sized budget so that we don't have these, like, you know, potholes of deficits and then mountains of surpluses, right? You want to be right in between that. And so we want to have that rainy day fund available. And we've gone through some bad times, right? We've gone through 2008, 9, 10, 11, right? We bought the $8 million bond for the pension fund, right? We didn't have any revenue from the LSOP for a couple of years, right? You know, when the pandemic happened, and now it's bounced back. So my point is that you want to have to sell to the voters, right? You just want to present it that we come up with what we think is a really manageable property tax bill.
So 8.2 is unmanageable in your
I think in
mind.
lieu of a
Then-
14% plus, because we haven't seen the final budget from the schools, that I'm just not feeling good about 8.
So tell me where you want to cut then, or
Well,
tell them. So what is it we don't want to do?
Well, yeah, we'd have to look at a spreadsheet and say which ones would be able to get us back down to the 6 range, you know?
So
Or
if we,
defer until another year for this.
so if you look at the ARPA money, which is 485 plus the transportation, that reduces, I mean, if it's $400,000 per penny, there's a penny right there that we're looking at, or maybe even a penny and a half. Is that?
Wherever, I mean, you know, there's lots of suggestions.
From what I recall from the presentations, one of the largest dollar increases in terms of dollars was the CCTA request, the Mountain Transit request.
Right, yeah.
So maybe we could pick a few of those big items that could be used for surplus. Say the surplus dollars could be up to a certain amount that could be used for certain specific items. I think that seems to be, that seems different than just using. No, well, it is a bit, but it would be really, it would be, you know, it would be a specific kind of an analysis of, I mean, if we're looking for another penny,
Yeah.
it would be
Well,
$400,000.
to my mind, that's gonna be an ongoing cost. So I would be very wary using our surplus on ongoing costs. I mean, just thinking about my own personal budget and my household, we are doing improvements based on savings, not based on, you know, I'm not moving money around. I have, you know, we have savings and we've been looking to electrify. So we're gonna use those savings to electrify. And I think that's how I envision our climate action plan. Is that we have to look, we have a surplus, and this is something that we've identified as a council as a goal. And so that would be a use for those, you know, not savings, but our additional revenues that we had not foreseen. That seems to me to be an argument with the voters. But if we're looking out in the years where it's really going to be going up more and more, I think we have to have the voters chime in and say, we're on board with this somehow. And, you know, it goes through the ballot box. That's kind of the thinking.
Jesse, did you have a response?
Or
a thought, rather? Sorry, before, not related to your comment. Just as a reminder, so the operations budget and the policy budget in terms of ads, the policy budget includes the 600,000 for climate, includes the 100,000 addition for housing trust fund, it includes the 13,000 for Trinity, and it includes the 30,000 for the crossing guards. So those are the kind of big new things. that
What's
are in the
Trinity
policy.
again?
At the top.
Student center thing.
So going back to Larry's.
Infinite. Okay, infinite, yeah.
Trinity.
Trinity, well, she calls it Trinity, but it's not her angel. Oh, it's her, right, it's her. Yeah.
So just going back to Larry's questions about those big additions.
Could we fund the housing trust fund from the surplus with the message back to the affordable housing committee that we funded it this year? At your request, we're not guaranteeing that we're gonna continue funding that. We're gonna hope to, but we're gonna evaluate future budgets.
It's possible we could have a surplus next year.
Well, I mean, you could do that. The original conversation around the housing trust fund was $100,000.
Right.
And we cut it back to 50 because we had a tight budget.
Like we do this year.
And then even through COVID, we said, well, we can't make it less, we'll just keep it there. I mean, not only have they asked for an additional 100, they want $500,000 for their revolving fund. You know, on top of the $1 million that we've already dedicated to affordable housing. was being built.
That was our.
That was off of this college, yeah. I mean, if we are looking for money to reduce that rate, then I would not increase the affordable housing budget, much as I don't like to do that. That's, I mean, we did respond in a big way. And I don't think this community can continue to spend, you know,
Didn't we spend
$650,000.
twice?
Pardon me?
Did we give twice? Like the million plus was another, what was it, a 600,000 plus a 400,000? Is that what?
Right,
1
right,
million
It
was?
was 6 and
It was
4.
two.
Yeah, it was two.
But you think it was 3 projects funded with $1 million and it's the balance of the housing trust fund that existed.
Right, right.
So
Which
that's
was-
the twice, I think,
yeah.
the ARPA and the, yeah.
Yeah.
The ARPA
Total
and the
million or was it a million plus?
No, it was,
150,000, I would think, of the housing trust fund and the $1 million of ARPA.
right, because we hadn't done anything over COVID.
That's a lot.
That is an enormous amount.
By just giving, saying to them, you're going to this year.
Give them
Add
something.
a surplus and reevaluate. It was not build it into the budget.
I agree with, if we're gonna go that route, I wanna increase the base amount, because that was in 2016, which was a compromise already, which was a long time ago.
The base amount makes much more sense from the city's point of view in terms of projects. Because whether it's 50 or 100, you know, these projects are $20 million projects.
Right.
So 75,000 a year is a much better for the city's point of view because it leverages so much more in that financing of a nonprofit housing. So I'd agree with that reduction to 75, but I'd like it to be a budget item at 75 a year.
Right.
And it's a budget item that you always can come back to, because we can cut the budget anytime we, you know, as we go through this process. As we did several years ago. I would just give a little perspective. And one of my first or second years on the council, that the council said 1% increase. It's a bad year, 1% increase. So everyone cut their budgets. And the next year, because of the demands and what we underfunded, we had to go up to 8%. I mean, they were bragging about 4%, I think, or 4.5. We went up to 8 to make up the difference. So I think you have to be careful with wanting to appear good stewards of tax dollars and not have this, boy, babe, did we make a mistake on cutting? And you're not suggesting that we cut that much, but that's what happens.
But that's why I went and did that 5-year, right, to try and level some of that out and see where we would be had we just increased at inflation. To make sure we're not, you know, randomly selecting a year.
I mean, you do want to be careful. That was my experience. So I didn't want to go down that road again. As much as, you know, 2% sounds really sexy and attractive and like, oh, you get reelected on that number.
Unrealistic.
It just is kind of unrealistic. Yeah. But, you know, maybe 8.2 is unrealistic. So
Your number 6 and my number are pretty similar. My number would have us down about $750,000, which I think roughly would actually get us to 6.
So your number was the
What I computed was that to be able to say over the past 5 years, flat in real dollars, our budget would have to decrease by about $750,000. We've accomplished a lot of that by moving some of it to ARPA already.
So you want to move another 400 to ARPA? Is that right? Or surplus or whatever. But you're suggesting the climate policy budget get reduced, not reduced, taken out of general fund and paid for by ARPA or whatever it is. surplus. And that saves $400,000 approximately of general.
Yep, yeah, roughly. And then in my numbers, I want to do another 350. I think that probably get close to 6, honestly.
So the total climate policy budget is $850,000.
That includes the housing trust fund and the.
Oh, that
and
includes the housing trust.
Crossing guards
No,
that's the number she's quoting.
no, she's quoting.
I don't see it. I
the
see the
850.
DPW fleet, DPW facility,
Quoting
charging
this number.
station, fire, ambulance, fleet.
Yeah.
Cruiser.
The staffing is
Oh, no,
190.
that's. Yeah, you explain that.
So take out the staffing, right?
So.
And the consulting, so take out, right, the
But
190.
Yeah, from 607.
Are you saying put the 243 into Opera 2? I didn't know what that was, the 243.
So you guys have a little bit of a misunderstanding, so let us clear it up.
Okay, okay.
So this is the slide you're looking at?
Yeah.
Bigger. Doing two mouses. So Martha, can you explain the 3 columns?
Yeah, so the first column with the $243,000 at the bottom, that's the amount that's already embedded into the operating budget with the 4.85% increase. The middle column with 605 is the additional money that is included in the 8.2% increase.
Yes.
For a total of 850.
But
Okay.
the 243, does that relate to climate or that's just
So
non?
it's part of the climate that the city has already considered even without an overall 600 or 800 number.
So this was our attempt to capture that difference. So for
What we're
example,
spending this year.
when Corbin mentioned so I'm just using this one example. Corbin mentioned buying the administrative vehicle. We have $30,000 in the general fund CIP that we've been carrying for years to replace that vehicle. To get a hybrid one, it costs $45,000. So $15,000 is in the climate budget and $30,000 is in the regular
Okay,
operations
so the
budget.
243 is not really climate
No.
related. It's what we you buy an ice vehicle.
Right.
And the
Right.
climate piece is just the 400 or so in the middle column.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was our attempt not to
Yeah.
inflate the climate number.
Yeah.
Because we already had some of those dollars in the CIP.
And that's in the current budget.
That's in the operations budget proposal.
The left column.
Yeah.
So there's the 242,000.
Plus the 175. It's about 400, right?
Well, because
the
public
act-
transit is that GMT.
That's a different,
That's a different.
That's different.
Yeah.
It's different public transit.
that's one of the above and beyond, not what GMT is asking for their rate increase. That would be for us to make further investments to increase transit as called for by the climate action plan.
Like what?
So that would be going through more studies with GMT to start, looking at different options for expansion of routes or increased services.
That's on that active line, the 100K?
No, that's the public transit line underneath it.
Okay, so that's an FTE or close to an FTE?
That would be to go towards an expansion study. That was the first item in the implementation plan for this
So there's a
action.
consultant.
Yeah. And that would lead into probably recommendations.
Cut that, let GMT do that, that's their job.
If they will do that, yeah.
Well, I mean, we're giving them another $63,000 for the year.
I
right?
know, but, some of that is statutory.
I mean, I don't want to
Legislature
replicate.
has embedded in it
the-
for GMT, these percentages to the communities.
Transportation authority is supposed to be the authority, It's like,
So we have significantly stepped up our work with GMT. Michael Scanlon is doing an amazing job as our rep. So we now have quarterly meetings with staff and the GMT staff. I think what I've heard is the reality from them, and I know Clayton, their GM, wants to come in and talk to you, is that one, they're eliminating fare free this spring, so that's could have a significant something to their budget. Two, as they step down from their ARPA funding, they have a $3.3 million budget gap in their operating budget. So I think I think baseline, they're just trying to maintain current level of service and pass that 3.3 million on to the municipalities in the assessments. I think if we want to achieve our climate action goals and increase service from GMT, we're going to have to put some dollars into it. I think that's what.
Yeah, and GMT is going to be doing the more like the regional things to make sure like that the 1 and the 11 are stopping in the correct places. But if we wanted to do some sort of neighborhood loops, it would be a combined effort and we wouldn't bear the full cost of the study likely. It would be a joint venture for that.
After we heard that the Montpelier experiment didn't go well, with their microtransit.
It didn't go well. I thought it was supposed to have gone really well, no?
It didn't go well.
Oh, it did not go well.
But that's not necessarily what we are talking about when we talk about expanding services.
We removed the microtransit from FY25 actually, because GMT is doing their Chittenden County microtransit study right now. And so instead of being in FY25, which was in the initial implementation plan, that is not presented in this budget for right now because there's far more to work out before it's viable.
So that could be a ballot item. Do we want to expand public transit in our neighborhoods and let the people speak? That could be.
Not this year, though. I mean, we're not ready for that.
Well, it's in the climate policy budget.
Well, this is just, yeah, but this is.
But we wouldn't necessarily put the funding in there now, but it'd be something that we could do next year.
But I think we're still studying it, right?
Yeah, we wouldn't, this is what would build the recommendations of where the service gaps are based on public outreach and different data analysis.
I think if you had some data and said to the public, this is what we propose for, enhance bus service. And the
So we have
cost
to
is
spend
X.
$75,000 first.
Well, possibly. I mean, I don't know.
Just don't have a good feeling that it's gonna have a return on investment at all. I mean, look at the buses happening just around.
That's true with free fares.
I mean, for the free fares, so when they implement the fares, I don't know what's gonna happen after that. I love public transit, I just don't wanna throw more dollars after bad dollars and not get any ridership or, end up spending $1 million and then get nothing.
Can I ask a question about the climate plan? Is it so we're reducing emissions in the city, is that from city-owned assets or is it city in general?
It's the city in general.
Yeah, so for this piece, right, it's the goal is to reduce vehicle miles traveled 2.5% a year citywide.
Yeah.
So there's the transportation sector, which is what we're talking about right now.
Yep.
There's the government ops sector, which is us. And then there's building and thermal sector.
So coming from the public,
He's a resident.
as a South Burlington resident, so like we have the potential to electrify 70 city vehicles and some percentage of those like fire trucks and plows, maybe never. I live on Dorset Street and there are at least 80 cars in my neighborhood town square. None of them are electric and it's not viable for any of us to even own an electric car because there's no way to charge there.
Yeah.
And there's another neighborhood next door and all the Kennedy Drive neighborhoods that don't have a way to charge an electric car. So I bought a brand new car just a couple of years ago and I didn't buy an electric car even though I wanted to because it's not viable. If we made some sort of effort to make neighborhoods like that able to charge their cars, like if everyone in my neighborhood had an electric car, that would maybe have a bigger impact than all the city vehicles. I don't know what the costs or, I don't know what we can do as a city to be able to push that, but something to think about.
Erica's on it.
Yeah, it's not in the operating budget yet, but it's part of our CCRPC UPWP application to figure out where they need to be.
But that is the question of, broadly speaking, funding, resourcing that subject area or not.
And FTE would go towards finding funding to support things.
Can I go back to Tim's point? Because I mean, I think part of the study should be not just where might we increase bus service, but if we did that, what would the impact be on our greenhouse gas emissions, right? So we actually know, like, estimate how many vehicle trips we think that would reduce and what would be the impact. I kind of said this when the plan was introduced to kind of have a metric of, CO, dollars spent per CO2 reduced. So we kind of have like an effectivity metric, right? And we can like know how effective are public transit dollars in reducing CO2. To me, that's gotta be part of the study.
A question I have though, and I'm assuming that you live with a housing, a homeowners association, right? How come homeowners associations do not invest in those charging stations?
Yeah, so I was on my HOA board
Yeah,
and sidebar, just to talk about taxes and stuff are going up. I lived there for 5 years and the HOA fees have increased by 100%. So in addition to taxes going up and other things, it is going up a lot and our services haven't really changed. I looked into that and I talked to Green Mountain Power and they basically said, so we have carports and there isn't power, there's power in there for lighting, but there isn't like associated power with each thing. So you can't even do like a 110 slow charge. And Green Mountain Power, and this was in 2019, said, we don't have a way to connect that carport outlet with your house, which to me as an IT person seems absurd. That seems really basic to connect two circuits to the same bill, but they said they didn't have that ability. So we kind of were like, what can we do? And that's where it petered out.
New construction.
Yeah.
Well, yes, new construction is really important.
so then how can the city fix that?
I don't know.
Why would we hire
Yeah.
some staff?
That's right.
So Martha's done,
There's a lot of federal dollars for that kind of.
Yeah, okay, I think Martha may have some numbers that will help us.
Yeah.
Potentially.
So I took Andrew's recommendation of taking that 607 number minus the staffing that you recommend be general fund, leave 417 and say that 417 is funded with ARPA. So I put that in as new revenues to the budget. And I also reduced the housing to 75 instead of 150. And that brings the percent increase down to 5.82.
Sounds pretty good.
So there.
That sounds good. I would like to deal with the traffic.
well, this was just to
So
say,
Yes.
let us do, I mean, I think we have a path forward. Let us do some scenarios for you for Monday night. Yeah, possible. And
You didn't have anything to do this weekend anyway, right? It was such a big
she's very
storm.
fast. She's very fast. Does that sound good? When we'll bring you some scenarios about the other things?
Are there any other thoughts?
Can we just go back to the bike ped thing? Sense of agreeing to their requests or not?
Good. Not yet.
Yeah,
I
it's too soon.
I think we've been pretty generous to them. I know there's always more that they want and need.
Catherine, pretty much shape.
Well, we have some additional dollars for repaving that. Is that what you were thinking?
Yeah.
Putting in more dollars for paving?
Repay for maintenance, yeah. They asked for 10 for maintenance, 10 for.
They said to, or to take it from the paving budget, put it into
Or, they
the.
said or, but I mean,
Right.
the paving budget can't have tax doors.
That impacts your, I think we're stuck with the increases for the paving this year to pay for Dorset Street.
Yeah.
You have every business on that road.
Yeah.
Is there anything else? Okay.
So in terms of response from the public, we have, so this has all been posted. Our meeting's been public and
Yeah.
we should be hearing, I assume, from the public at some point, some of these ideas. So
Well, maybe Monday, when we see what the result is.
So we, I also wrote an article in this week's City News about the budget. And I said they could reach out to me or directly to you all. My apologies in advance.
Okay.
So hopefully that will garner a little more interest and then you'll have your official public hearing on the 16th as well.
Okay. Great. All right, well,
Can I wrap up?
yes, you may.
Yeah, So again, team, excellent job putting together information. I think that counselors found very useful. Council, thank you for being so engaged. I think we got to a really great place. Lunch is ready in the kitchen if folks would like to hang out and have lunch, or grab something and go, feel free to help yourself. Just a reminder, 4:30 at Barnyard, if you want to stop by and visit some more this evening.
That is settled, aren't you?
It is Barnyard because it says location awaiting confirmation.
Oh, yeah, it is
So
Barnyard
Barnyard.
on Wilson Road. And Andy, what do you have for us?
I have some little gifts. You can show your South Burlington colors, which are blue. Little Euro stickers, the logo, and a couple different sizes for your car, your water bottle, or your laptop, of course.
Are they magnetic or sticker?
They are vinyl stickers, weatherproof vinyl stickers.
So feel free to
Thank
help
you.
yourself. with-
Great.
Thank you all very much.
Okay, so I would entertain a motion to adjourn. All in favor? Thank you all.
Figured out where